different jails to put your dice in.
I'd say hello and what's up, but then I'd have to stop listening to this banging ass music. That's some good shit, man. Alright. Well, hello. Skippy. Those euphemisms, man. That's some good jazz. Data Orimal. What is your opinion on the permanency spell? What? I am not an expert in D&D. You're gonna have to be specific. You have to tell me what that spell does, and then I can give you an opinion on it. I do not personally play Dungeons and Dragons, or at least not yet. I refer to everything within that universe as Dungeons and Dragons. So forgive me if I'm like saying the wrong thing, like in terms of Pathfinder, in terms of DC 20 or whatever the fuck this guy was talking about yesterday on his fucking thing. So, hello, hi, I'm Goose. What's up? We're here yet again for the second day in a row, and we're talking about a little man whose name is Duke. And I'm going to put a poll up that's relevant to this, okay? Just tell me this. Would you ever pretend to play a game without actually playing that game specifically for views? So let's just see how many of you agree, like would just say that you play a game on YouTube, make videos for it, without ever actually playing that game, or being interested in playing that game, just so you could get views. And I know I'm not like I actually really want like real answers. Like I'm not criticizing that. I just want to know like how many people out there. It's the original wish, except wish is permanent and positive of your wish is applied to you, but a negative version is applied to others. Huh. Sounds a little unbalanced. Is it balanced? I really just want to know how many people would make up this backstory for themselves just to get views. That's it. You know, no judgment, okay? I just want to see how many people out there would do that. All right? So vote in the poll and subscribe, you know, hang out. Let's chill. This is day 2, where we were talking about Duke. Duke is one-shot questers. He's a well-known, pretty popular, I would say, content creator on the YouTubosphere. It's not as powerful as the Nail to Sky spell. Both are 2nd edition spells. Well, then, I don't know. Then I guess I don't really have an opinion. I would have to see it in action, you know, to see whether it seems fair or not. I don't know. I'm not sure. But so if you're not familiar with who Duke is, okay, we'll do a little Dookie. We'll do a little Dookie. We'll do a little Dookie. We'll do a little Duke. Little Duke information thing here. Sorry, I'm just making my window the same size as my display thing there. Okay, that didn't work. It just went into maximize. This is just like my weird like little OCD thing. Oh, that's why. Okay, yeah. Weird. Okay. I just wanted to see where it was sitting on the screen. Sounds like a nerd counterpart is in the Twitch chat. No, I think that they're in just the other YouTube chat, the horizontal view.
I was just kicked out of my D&D group.
Now, for reference, I don't know if you guys have heard me say this already, but he doesn't actually play D&D. So he doesn't play D&D. This is made up. He's just saying.
I was just kicked out of my D&D group.
He was not kicked out of his D&D group. He never played D&D. Like, not even a small amount of D&D. All right? So no, he wasn't kicked out of his group.
My DM told me to roll a d20, and I rolled a natural 20. He tells me to roll again, and I roll another natural 20. He tells me to attack, and I like realistic roleplay. I was just kicked.
So, it was a bit of a bait and switch. This was just a sketch. But it really wasn't funny. He sits there, he's presenting himself as somewhat of an average nerdy person. And it's just not funny. Like, where is the punchline? That's Duke. It's
Scottish.
It's pretty much
just kicked out of
this for all of his things. So let's just play another one, just for the heck of it.
different jails to put your dice in.
Just tell me if this is funny. Just tell me if you think this is funny. If you think it's funny, then I guess, I can eat crow, but I don't think these are funny.
The bag. The mimic. Rawr. On the rocks. The 2-year-old. Hey, what'd you put in your mouth? The crapper. The second crapper. The smoothie. And last but not least, old reliable.
Different jails to put your dice in.
I was waiting for a punchline, and it never came. So this guy, this fucking stupid grin right here, he thinks he can run a business or a production better than the people who had the money and the recognition and all that kind of stuff and actually went and did it. He cried over somebody else making a production similar to productions he's put on before. This guy is a little insecure. So, just because I know that some of you may not have been here yesterday, allow me to just play that section, that one little bit.
That feels more... feel like I was getting emotional, but I'm getting so much off my chest right now. If you... That broke the camel's back, and I am frustrated. I am sad that this community keeps getting taken advantage of.
Now just
the thing that broke the camel's back.
Just
and
watch it again.
Frustrated. I am sad. The thing
once more.
that broke the camel's back, and I am frustrated. I am sad.
And one more. Hang on.
Broke the camel's back, and I am frustrated. I am sad. Thing.
Once more. Sorry, I know that I keep harping on this, but
frustrated. I am sad.
It's okay, my friend. What? Sorry, looking at a text. I don't freaking know. Jesus, she's asking me questions. Ay. Add it to your Discord soundboard. Can you add things to your Discord soundboard? I'm just learning this, if that's the case. So, I don't know who needs to hear this, but you shouldn't be acting like this in a video that you're going to post onto the internet. You know, one could argue that it's a little bit of bad form, a little bit of some whiny, manlet behavior, right? Like, I don't want to just, you know, say that this guy has tiny balls, but he could. He just might have very tiny balls. And that's fine. I mean, it's not like, you know, it's not like that's a judgment on his potency or his, you know, his ability to put in the work, if you get what if you catch my drift. But it does beg the question, why you like that? Why you like that, dude? So in the video, he calls out Min-Max. I think is their name of their Min-Maxed. His small balls still created a child. Barely. So Min-Maxed is the name of the producers of the show. He goes out of his way not to say the people that made it, because, like, at least not say their names or whatever. I guess maybe because it makes him feel better if he's screaming into the void at some nameless, faceless production company, I guess. I'm not entirely sure what his reasoning for that is, but it's bad. It really smacks of somebody who's very full of ego, who thinks that they're way more important than they are. Basically saying, like, I should be running this. I should be running this. You guys should have hired me to do this, and I should be doing this. You know, like, it's pathetic, for one. It's pretty pathetic. Pretty sad and pathetic.
Hey guys, it is the...
So, if you don't know who Cell Sword Arts is, he's a pretty cool guy. Does, you know, content that is, like, martial weapons and stuff. Pretty run-of-the-mill, pretty standard for a fantasy-oriented a world where swords and sorcery are a thing. Totally makes sense that they would be doing something like this. It makes less sense that a man who's never fucking played D&D would make content related to D&D, but you know what? That's fine. By the way, their logo looks great. Just saying. Their logo looks really good. I think it's nice. Jesus. So sorry, let me just adjust this again. I forgot that I wanted to like actually make just the video on the screen as opposed to everything else. Boom, there we go. There, now you can see the title and the thumbnail.
Sellsword crew who are kind of producers behind MinMaxed.
We were informed that there's been a video about MinMax that we feel like we need to talk about.
They introduced themselves. We are kind of the producers of MinMaxed. Like, because he thinks in the correspondence that you'll see the emails in the correspondence between Duke and whoever else, you know, I think he's talking some shit or something like that. He says, you know, he talks about Sellsword Arts and about his, I don't know what the other usernames are for these guys, but it's just he claims to go through a business manager. There is no business manager. It is Duke. It is just, he's like trying to make him sound more legitimate by creating people. Like, this is totally what Donald Trump did in like in the 90s, like calling into news stations talking about how great Donald Trump is. Like saying like, "Oh, my name's John Barron. I'm a news reporter." Like, how dare you fucking name your son after the guy that you made up to call into news stations? Ay, ay, ay.
Yeah, it's a little bit harsh. It's got some criticisms, and we think that we should talk about it. We talked to the cast, we talked to the crew, and they all said that it's a good idea to address it, because if there are even a couple of fans out there who feel like they didn't get what they paid for, we want to talk to you. We want to make sure that you know why we made the decisions we did. So
it wasn't your fans, you guys. It was just one. It was one person who thinks he's supposed to be running your channel.
That, we're gonna dive in.
To start, I think it's important to look at what we promised.
So let's look at this video.
Let's talk about the announcement video, because I feel like that is very important, because that is why people donate.
But everybody lives in different time zones and has different schedules, and that's complicated. So I invited everybody over to my house, studio.
We think playing normal D&D would be boring.
See, I said I knew that it was going to be probably one of their properties, and yeah, it's at his fucking place. Like, what did you want? What did you want, Duke?
And we know you want to see us as D&D characters.
So we're gonna play ourselves.
We want to do some really cool things, like build a set.
And have a cool video setup with cool angles and stuff. Buy me a
I didn't know that guy was part of it. I like that guy. I see his shorts all the time. He's very educational.
flight so I don't have to swim.
Make cool character out of us and minis.
And if things go well, we'll even do a second campaign.
So here's the things that we promised. To get our friends together, play a game of D&D, and share it with you.
And if things don't
And that sounds reasonable. And again, just in case anybody is unaware, if you lend money to someone, if you donate money to someone, it's no longer your fucking money. You don't get to decide what they do with it. If they're being kind, they can be transparent. If they want like continued support and success, they can be transparent about how they spend the money. But there are very few policies on either crowdfunding sites or in business law in general where you are required to disclose everything you spend money on. If you get investors or if you get loans, that's absolutely something that you should be trying to make sure that you are transparent about the method that you're using to pay back. Totally. Absolutely. This is not that. This is not that. They did crowdfunding. That's people who donated money. And yes, it adds to your legitimacy as a production company or a business or whatever entity you're trying to represent if you are transparent about how you spend the money, because it lends trust. It's trustworthy. You know, it allows people to trust you better. And so they're going to give you money if they weren't inclined to before. Your reputation is paramount when it comes to this kind of thing. Absolutely. But they are under no obligation to share how they spend the money, nor is it anyone's fucking business. They could spend it. They could have spent it. And I think they should have spent a small portion on paying the people who were on screen. But instead of that, what they did was they decided, they'll explain it in the video, but they decided to waive that because it was going to be a fun experience and something that they could bank on later, because then maybe they would get something from the ad revenue from the release of the episodes. That's such a noble way to think, but also for people who are already creators. You have a client base, you have a viewer base, you already have a community that has been built around your content. So it's going to be natural that they want to watch the content that you and your friends, who they probably subscribe to as well, do their thing. Totally reasonable. And nobody's business. Again, totally reasonable.
well, we're going to do even more.
Those things included having a set, having character art, doing a camera setup where we can see all of us on screen, and also having multiple seasons, which is something that is in the works.
So now that we've talked about that, let's look at the criticisms of this video.
This first slide is their layout. $100,000. These creators, the creators that people wanted to see play together are so little.
If we're understanding correctly, it seems
I legit
No, wait,
want to
what?
be like,
No.
the D&D community has given us so
Hey guys, it is the Sellsword crew who are kind of producers behind Min-Max.
we were informed that there's been a video about min-max that we feel like we need to talk about.
Yeah, it's a little bit harsh, it's got some criticisms, and we think that we should talk about it. We talked to the cast, we talked to the crew,
Be characters.
So we're gonna play.
a camera setup where we can see all of us on screen.
little.
If
There
we're
we go,
understanding
okay.
correctly, it seems this creator thinks that our layout wasn't very good.
We had a 4
Are so
So look, so the budget was 72,161 after taxes and fees to be split over 3 seasons. That's a razor thin budget. That is razor thin. I don't think they'd be able to do it without additional crowdfunding. Duke isn't the creator they paid to see, and it hurts his manlit brain. Well, yeah. That is what seems to be the whole crux of the issue here, is that Duke wasn't included on this. And I think it hurt him because he's insecure. And he was like, how dare they not add me to this? I'm guessing that this is going to be a hack production. That's my guess. I don't know if that's exactly true. We got 1 vote in the poll. Skippy, I'm guaranteeing that was you. I don't even need to know. I know that was you.
If we're understanding correctly, it seems this creator thinks that our layout wasn't very good.
We had a 4 camera setup so we could catch everybody at the table and all the little moments in between them. We thought it looked pretty.
Now, I am not familiar with the relationship that they had with the man they continually refer to as this content creator. I don't know what existing relationship they had, if any. It's insane that this is even necessary for them to address. I would sell out. I mean, I think a reasonable, like a not unreasonable amount of people would. Oh, fudge. I moved the overlay. I didn't mean to. Oh, there we go. Okay. Sorry. I was afraid. I was afraid I had messed it up and that it would never go back to the way it was supposed to be. That's what I like to call an existential fear. Sorry, I'm just trying to make this the right size. And the snapping is really just getting on my nerves. And it won't let me not snap. Okay. Okay, fine. Oh my god. No! That looks good. Yeah, that'll work.
Be good, but we can see where there might be some room for improvements.
David is the editor, and it took him quite a long time to edit episode 1.
Yes, but I learned a lot in the first episode, and based on feedback that we had already
So you're already not even paying an editor. You're simply taking the footage and you're going to put it together somehow.
gotten from the community before we even saw this video, we're gonna implement some new stuff like some punch-ins, some cropping, and a couple of color corrections.
I love his, is that the Dark Brotherhood? What symbol is that? It's similar to like a chaos symbol. I like it.
Thanks. I'm colorblind, so a little bit hard, but we'll get it done. So these are actually already things that we were tackling.
His second critique, if we understand it,
And you see this whole thing is them being cordial and warm and still trying to keep a smile on their faces in the face of such vitriol, like such anger from this guy. Like they're being very graceful right now.
correctly, is that instead of having a whole set, we could have just had a backdrop.
This is the big kicker. This is what ticked me off the most. They had a budget of over $100,000 to work with. If this right here is all work.
I love how they put in this little annotation here at the top of the screen that the budget was only $72,000. That's well under $100,000. That's certainly not over $100,000.
Seeing. Why did they
I love
have to
that.
get a set and not just use backdrops that they will all still be able to see and use?
And while that would have been cheaper, we wouldn't have had the incredible set and beautiful experience.
Why the fuck not? That's simply a preference that you have. It's simply a preference. That just because you disagree with a thing they did does not fucking mean that they misappropriated funds.
That Dark Hour provided for us.
The set is incredibly immersive. It's so beautiful and detailed. And in episode 1,
Yeah, and it looks good. Period.
As much as we can, but in episode 2, we're going to do more punch-ins, you're going to see more of it. And I don't think that we would have given as good of a performance if we didn't have this immersive, beautiful set. A little back screen isn't going to feel the same. The set was,
and it was also really cool because we got to support a local company to build this awesome thing for us.
Dark.
Yeah, it's almost like, and I can tell that the guy on the right is way more pissed than anybody else. He's actually probably like angry. Whereas Celsor is really just trying to like put out the flame. He just wants the community to move on. But like, you know, I feel like if they just had a simple backdrop or did just a green screen for everyone, then maybe their line delivery might have been a little bit stilted or unfunny or without a punchline like some other, I don't know, some other guy that we maybe know. Maybe, potentially, by the name of Duke, perhaps?
Hour did such a good job on this set, and we've got plans with him in the future to make things even bigger and better. So forging this connection was crucial for the future of Min-Maxed.
Dark Hour also did an incredible job of making this set to be able to be taken down and put back up so we can use it again in future seasons.
Yeah, this isn't a one-time set. We're going to keep it around.
The next issue he brings up is that we should have used minis or terrain.
And logistically, that...
Which is cool. That's cool. That's a multimodal, modular sort of setup that they can break down easily. That's one thing I think a lot of people don't understand when it comes to designing a space for something, is that you have to plan for the strike down. Like if you're gonna build something and it's gonna be so good quality that you want to use it again and again, then you got to make it easy to break down to return to normal life, because you're not gonna want to live in a TV set. I would, but I'm weird.
Just wasn't possible for season 1.
But it was absolutely something that we were interested in doing and that we want to do in the future.
So for season 1, we decided to go digital because it allowed us to do a couple of things. One, we could show the map on the screen and all the players could interact with it from their tablet in real time. This was really cool and kept the...
Which makes things so much easier to be able to do and a fucking live play. Come on.
Game flowing.
But for future seasons, we also tried to upgrade.
It makes more sense.
The art. In total, the art cost them $2,000. The logo design is outrageous. I legitimately typed in M Sword into the search bar. That is their logo.
Outrageous. That is somehow outrageous? It looks pretty cool. That doesn't look cool? I think it looks cool.
Oh, that is the logo that they paid for. The two to the side are pictures that I found immediately on FreePic.
It's our understanding that he believes we overpaid.
Now, I'm a big supporter of paying artists what they ask for. And a lot more goes into making...
Or even just what it's worth. And that means sometimes if you're a especially scrupulous individual and you happen to have the money to spend on, you know, tipping somebody or giving a little extra, then it doesn't matter if you do that. That's not bad budgeting. That's building a fucking relationship with your vendors who you may use again. And if you treat them well, it's called playing the game. If you treat them well, they will treat you well. It's all the stuff that you can't say in the courtroom. It's like, you know, how the handshake deals work or how sweetheart deals work that are illegal, where I can't say to do those things because, you know, that would be wrong. But that's what I'm saying. Like that is where that's where the game exists. He wanted them to pirate the art, apparently, or use AI or something. I don't know. I don't know what he wanted. He never says what he wanted. He only says what it could have been. And he says it like this, and then he's no longer afraid to tell the truth. I'm no longer afraid.
A logo that a lot of people think.
It's honestly a really long collaborative process between us and this artist, and went through many iterations before we got to the logo that we have.
The logo that
Okay. I understand that you meant to say iterations. I'll just clear that up for the chat, and we can move on.
he shows on screen is this up here, just the logo. And honestly, he clips a very small segment of it, so it doesn't look as good. It's a beautiful logo, and it also comes with the word mark. And it's not...
In the title too? Duke! What did you want? What did you want them to save money for, Duke? Holy shit! Blowing my nose. Give me a second. Like, why is that a thing that you're upset about? Why is that a thing that you're upset about?
Just that we have the logo, we can use it for merch, for dice, for future things. We own it, and that's the big thing. We paid.
And that's the whole thing, is buying the licensing rights from a small artist. Like, unless you're doing poor man copyright, like, there's a lot of red tape you got to go through, and that costs money.
The artists for their time, for their experience, and for the legal right to use it. And in the world
Yep.
of logo design, that's actually pretty cheap. Ask McDonald's how much they spend on getting their logo redone every once in a while. So we feel totally confident with the money we spend.
Yeah, I was gonna say that is in terms of like long-term spending. Marketing is such a entirely, and that would fall, logos, design for website, things like that would fall under marketing. And that's like such an extremely small portion of any budget. Like for restaurants, marketing only accounts for it should only account for about like 3% of the budget, 3 to 5%. Which is like in a $250,000 startup restaurant, that's $15,000, something like that. $20,000. That's not bad. That's not a bad expenditure. I think that's worth it. My math may be wrong. Don't check me on it.
The next thing he brings up is some of the tech issues.
So we're gonna take a look at it one by one.
You could have bought 4 Logitech C920s, which are webcams, and you would have saved $665. I'm not sure what they mean by rec gear. It could just be the
Recording gear?
recording gear in general, but I don't know.
The video seems to claim that we should have used webcams instead of buying Osmo.
Isn't he like a design guy? Doesn't he do productions? Wouldn't he know what rec fucking gear means? Alright, if you have not been to the stream before, this is the point where I turn off the face cam for a very good reason, and that's because I medicate with Cannibas. If you also medicate with Cannibas, feel free to sync up, and we'll be letting the video play. Feel free to keep watching if you don't medicate yourself with Cannibas and don't feel like syncing. But otherwise, cheers, smoke them if you got them. Smash that bowl.
Because webcams
Also, smash that subscribe button, please. God, I felt dirty saying that.
are cheaper. And while they are cheaper, they don't
Not
have
like
the
sexually
good
dirty.
of video quality. But even more so, I want to set the record straight and say that Seltzerd Arts already owned all of those Osmos. We didn't buy any Osmos from Mini. What we bought was some DJI Action Cam 6s. We had 2 cameras, but we had to buy 2 more that were going to work in this specific setup because it's so small. We didn't want to go with big DSLRs because that would have blown the budget just on 2 cameras. So I went with smaller action cams, and we've got them recording to a big crazy NAS setup. Now the NAS we did not pay for with IMAX money. Seltzerd Arts paid for that because we need that for our stuff. We're just like, hey, we'll use this. And we bought those when we got to production. They didn't end up working. So instead, we used our tech team's other Osmos and webcam that they had. So in fact, MinMax didn't spend any money on camera equipment, and we were able to return the stuff that we bought. And next season, we're going to upgrade and have even better stuff.
And the reason there's a discrepancy between what you're hearing now and the update video we made before is that we didn't know they weren't going to work.
In our budgeting video, we hadn't had a chance to hook everything up in the space. Actually, we had...
They do not need to be saying any of this. Just FYI. They are being extremely gracious and extremely kind for even entertaining the video. If it had been me, like my wife recently got accused of stealing content, even though she watches all the movies that she clips, and when she posts a clip, she doesn't engage with neither really anyone, especially not collaborators. And so other people who are creators in the space of making clips of copyrighted material, I guess there are people who take it really seriously. And one recently accused her of stealing their content. And she was like, I wrote him back and I left a comment that said, no thievery here. I just, we have the same taste in movies, which is a good thing, ultimately. And I was like, man, you're more gracious than I was, or than I would be. I would not be kind. But I don't claim to be a flowery, kind, gentle person. I just I'm more measured, I guess, than others. But like I wouldn't be taking that very kindly. I'd be like, motherfucker, you don't like your channel fucking sucks, or whatever. Like I don't know. I would get defensive, and I'm man enough to admit that. What are you doing? She's just getting all up in the wires down here. I don't have good cable management, all right? So don't at me. Yeesh. All right. Let me just put up a thing here real quick. It's not that. Properties. Let's see. How do I say in a professional way that I need engagement? Like, how do I say that so that it's not obnoxious? Like, if I was to say, please consider subscribing. I'm hoping to grow this community and need your help. Every sub will receive. Why am I capitalizing it? All that. It's not like a title. Please consider subbing. Just a non-obnoxious way. Please consider subbing. I'm hoping to grow this community and need your help. Every sub will receive one good vibe directly from me to you. Goose. Heart. Wait, where'd it go? I think I moved it off the screen now. Oh yeah, it's just massive. It's massive. Sorry, I gotta do this. I gotta do this the hard way. Hang on. Here we go. Hang on. Here we go. There we go. Yep. There we go. Yep. Here we go. Yep. Just making it smaller. There we go. Yep. This might take a while. Hang on. Yep. Just there we go. Oh no, I clicked on the wrong. Yep. Here we go. Yep. Come on. Here we go. All right. Yep. Come on. Here we go. There we go. Yep. Here we go. Yep. And there we go. All right. And yep. Hey, we did it. On the damn side of the on the side. Is that lined up? It looks like it's excruciatingly not lined up. Just center horizontally. I don't know why I moved up. Okay, whatever. It's good. If you are in the chat and you can see that message, then you're exactly who it's supposed to be for. Yeah. Do that stuff. The subbing and the liking and things. It makes me hot. Makes me want to take off my shirt. Not take off my shirt? If you don't like and subscribe right now, I will take off my goddamn shirt. I'll fucking do it. Is the threat better than the promise? Only time will tell. That looks good. A little off center, yeah. Perfect. Parfait. I just made up words.
Had quite a few technical problems. The computer we were supposed to be using worked in the studio, but then didn't work in the space. Our tech team was so good. They found workarounds, they made everything work, and we're still very proud of the project we made, but we can see where there's some areas for improvement, so we're already in the process of looking at better tech, both for the visuals and the sound and everything else. We are taking it all into account, and we're
But for the setup that we had, we actually
to be great for season 2, which is
Sorry, I
The
didn't
next
mean to
complaint
fast
is
forward.
that we didn't need tablets at all.
But for the setup that we had, we actually did.
Because we went with the digital map, we wanted to give the players the ability to move their character around and view the map without having to look at terrain or
Turns out, we actually did. There you go. Like, we didn't even have to get here. We didn't even have to get here to get here. All right? It was unnecessary. This was all unnecessary. You guys don't have anything to apologize for. Like, you don't have to tell anyone how you spend your money. It's not a bad idea. It's just good for transparency, but you don't. There's no law that says you do. God damn.
have the DM walk around the table. Having the ability to look down at something that was already on our character sheet and the map made play go much more smoothly.
So using the tablets was absolutely worth it.
And in the future, we will be able to continue using them and integrate more of the features into what you see.
One of the issues we had is we wanted to be able to do a live feed of the character sheet to the project, but that didn't work out. But that doesn't mean it's not something we can do in post. Again, I'm learning as I go, and that's something that I'm hoping to put in the new episode.
I don't know what any of this stuff means. I'm really just listening for the points of contention.
His next complaint is actually something we agree with, the audio.
We bought a set of microphones that had really good reviews, and we'd actually tested them before, and they worked fine.
And we fully intended to use the type of microphone we had because we thought we were going to be getting up more.
And that brings us to a little issue called the historic Texas ice storm. So it was very cold in the building, and we're going to talk about that later, but we didn't get up as much as we wanted to.
Goddamn ice storm.
It also meant that we couldn't go change the audio setup after day one because the roads were impassable. We started filming when the snow started falling, and we ended when the roads finally started to get free. So there was really not much we could do to it. I am doing my best in post-production to save as much of the audio as I can.
We were able to return those microphones and reinvest that money into season 2.
And we're gonna have better...
Which is a reasonable explanation as to what happened. I don't think that Duke has made a response to this response yet. So I think we're still waiting for that. But I think what he said, and we'll take a look at the comment here. Comments on this video were paused out of respect in response to the response video, as I was hoping to receive more information to other questions I had in emails that I sent. What is your fucking business? Where do you get off? Who the fuck do you think you are? Like, asking for their financials, like I'm gonna need you to itemize things, okay? Like, so that I can get a good picture of it. You're not their fucking auditor. You're not an investigative journalist. You make sketches that aren't even funny. In the slightest. Not even, and I'm an easy date. I'll laugh at just about anything. But we'll read the rest of that comment after this response video, but it'll be interesting to see what he says to qualify his next moves. And yes, there are next moves. As I said, it might take more than just one day to fully cover this.
Tech setup for season 2. That is
Well,
a
I
big
mean,
thing that we're
2
working on.
days.
So everything that didn't work got reinvested back into the campaign to get something better for season 2. Another thing gets brought up is the lighting setup we had.
They also showed off the lighting. They said they spent $1,300 on lighting. It would have cost them $1,000. I'm upset at this compared to what my thing is.
And I think there is a little bit of confusion on this, so let us tell you what the lighting setup was.
We bought 4 lights for the players so you can see our faces.
All of the lights that you see above that are casting light into the room were provided by Celsius Arts. We already own those. We didn't spend any money on that. So actually, the recommendation that he makes in the video is the one that we did. I don't really understand the discrepancy about how much money that should have been. That's the price of the equipment.
If we're hearing it correctly,
Like, exactly. Like, I don't know why you have a problem with us paying for lighting. That's what they cost. I don't get it. Where's the push? Why were you pushing back? But he was saying that very kindly.
it seems like he thinks that we used the fans' money to buy all of the tech.
When in reality, Celsius Arts probably provided about 80% of the tech from stuff that we already had that we bought personally. We tried.
And why wouldn't they? Like, if you're any kind of reasonable person, if you've ever actually owned a business before, like this guy, like Duke claims to, then you would perhaps know that if they have existing equipment because they're content creators, perhaps they're going to bring some of that, and perhaps they're going to fucking use some of that for their production. And then they because it's a cost saving measure. Maybe, perhaps.
Try to keep expenses on the min-max channel as low as possible, but still producing a good season.
So in total, what Seltzer Arts provided was the soundboard, half of the mics, most of the lighting, the computer, the NAS for storage, most of the cameras, and a lot of other odds and ends.
Additionally, we returned $3,000 what min-max spent on equipment that didn't end up working.
In fact, I think we returned the majority of the tech part of the budget, and we can use that for new seasons. So min-max really didn't spend a lot on tech per season.
And now we can talk a little bit more about the ice storm, because it just so happened that the 3 days we planned to film this were the exact 3 days that the ice storm was at its worst.
We had some awesome handlers who were doing a great job of getting everybody safely from the hotel to the venue, which was about a 4-minute drive, but we didn't feel safe sending them anywhere else.
So we couldn't go back to the studio or get more
Handlers?
or really change anything. We were stuck with what we
Like
had there.
animal
Our
handlers?
tech team was awesome, and they did a great job of making this a really good production. There's another thing that the ice storm did, and that is, I don't know if you guys can see it, but Dark Hour is a giant warehouse, and they don't really have adequate heating. So inside that building, as we're playing D&D, it is between a maximum of 45 and 50 degrees Fahrenheit. It's very cold. Hopefully when we film the next season, which we already have scheduled for sometime in July, it will be a little bit warmer in Texas.
A lot of it warmer.
And you'll see a lot more of all of us goobers doing all of our martial arts and demonstrating what we're doing.
Goobers!
Damaging claims this video seems to claim, if I'm understanding it correctly, is that the producers of Min-Max are trying to take the fans' money and run with it.
The remaining budget for future seasons is $47,321. People donated to this series, and if it did well, they were gonna make other seasons. That's what I got out of those videos. They spent 1/3 of their budget for season 1, the one thing that everyone wanted to see, and they're holding the rest as a just in case.
This is not the case.
We did a budgeting video that was very transparent. In fact, most of the information that he gets comes from our budgeting video because we're trying to be transparent about where we're putting the money. And when we say producers,
It's just us.
it's just us.
We didn't hire a production company or a production manager. It was just mostly you two doing all of the work on your own.
Megan and myself are the ones who set up most of the logistics, figured out the tech. I'm doing the editing for a couple of reasons.
Number one, we didn't want to throw all of this money at season 1. We can't tell a good enough story in that amount of time.
By holding back the money that we did, we guarantee future seasons. And I know in the video he kind of claims that it's only if season 1 does well, but that's not the case. We held it back in case season 1 doesn't do well. We are guaranteed another season, and I think another season after that, because we saved the money. We can keep going. And by keeping the cost low, by editing
Oh, weird. Yeah, it's almost like they, had some forethought.
More wisely.
One of the things that says in the comments that we should have ended the GoFundMe sooner because we blew our budget out of the water. And it was live for less than a week. We ended it while we were away at Thanksgiving with our families.
We set this thing up, and we originally had a goal of 10K just to buy plane tickets, and then we modified the goal to 20 when we saw we might hit that. And then we kind of didn't look at it, and it exploded. And we actually ended it, I think, within 4 days because we didn't want a ballooning budget. And we decided that we were going to take that money and we're going to split it over multiple seasons so that we could give you a lot of cool D&D.
And lastly, none of the creators have been paid out of that GoFundMe.
No, all of that money is going back to the season.
So, it's clear that they were trying to engage in as many cost-saving measures as possible and use whatever equipment that they had, and then save the rest of the funds for future seasons. Like, what the fuck is the problem with this?
We're not getting paid yet. We're going to be paid off of the AdSense and everything else. And we're going to be paid equally. We're going to have 8 shares, 1 to each creator and 1 to the business. But Megan and I are not taking extra money for producing. We are putting our time into this. Extra time because we believe in this project so much and we want it to succeed and we care about it.
So
all that sounds reasonable.
This is definitely not a cash grab. None of the creators have even been paid for this yet.
No.
He talks about he has no hate to the creators and is mostly about the producers. But again, there was no producers. David and Megan did this entire thing basically on their own.
We had a lot of...
See what I mean? Like, as I said before, he seemed to kind of be hiding behind the term producers, like, so that he didn't have to, like, attack somebody directly. Like, maybe he thought that was, like, a mercy, or that he was, like, doing something kind by not calling them out. But it's really just veiled. It's veiled in kindness. It's not warmth, and it's not camaraderie. He specifically goes after them. Like, I feel like you could have made this about just the D&D community in general, maybe. I don't know. I'm not you. I don't come up with your shitty sketches. Mine are actually funny.
help from the other creators when it came to like ideas for the campaign and stuff, but
I don't have any on here.
Logistics were mostly handled by us, and it hurts. Like, we really did try. None of this was, any shortcomings that might have happened didn't come from a place of malice. It was us trying our best and maybe not meeting your expectations. And we are sorry about that, and we are.
And it was like a 30-minute, 40-minute video, like just completely misrepresenting everything that was happening that people had seen, that people had watched and enjoyed. And like now he's like trying to stand, or he was trying to stand on this idea that they misused funds when he doesn't himself realize that that's a term you can get. If a lawyer smelled blood in the water enough surrounding his video, the term, like using the term misusing funds, could be seen as saying that they're misappropriating the funds, that they've committed a crime, which is very bad for Duke. That could get him sued. So like, again, they're being very gracious.
We're trying to do better. It's just kind of hurtful to have this be the first video about Min-Maxed when we tried this hard.
And I want to talk a little bit about the budget and the expectations.
It seems like he was expecting a professional D&D production level quality.
Yeah,
Yeah.
we're not going to be able to pull off a crit roll season 3 production level with the experience we have and the budget that we have.
And we weren't going to try.
No, we were trying to do what we said we were going to do, bring all of our people together and create a cool game and try and make it multiple seasons.
The other thing he said,
Like that is it, but simultaneously he was saying that they were wasting money at the same time. He kept contradicting himself. You wanted them to spend more money, but you didn't want them to spend as much money? Get fucked. You think you were a business manager, or like you think that you worked in design? You spent like a fucking at a design place? I don't think that I've ever had a $800 fee before.
is that it's stupid of us to
Charlatan.
every other
Charlatanery.
releasing every week.
Around 12 to 14 episodes airing every other week for about 6 months. Do you guys not know how YouTube works? Like, no! If people are hyped for this, man, you want to get those videos out. You're gonna lose so much traction by doing this.
Yeah, he seems to think that the hype's gonna run out if it's an every other week thing, but we had 3 days to film and we got quite a bit done, but that won't last until the next filming session.
And we want to make sure that you have content from Min-Max all the way up until we start season 2.
Doing every other week allows us to stretch that content for 6 months.
Like how is that a complaint? How is that a complaint? You're just doing like a normal amount of time in between each thing. Like why is that a problem? I don't understand. I feel like it would be better to just, not be a douchebag, I don't know. Maybe I'm weird. Maybe I'm a strange person, a strangey, a strangeroony,
And also gives me time to edit it because I'm the only one editing this whole thing.
It takes a while.
Leave me alone.
Look, I can really understand if somebody was expecting a crit roll level of production.
Leave me
If you
alone.
see $100,000 and you think that can make a lot of stuff, if you have these expectations and you get
Don't
something
you
you're
huff at me.
expecting, it can be a big downer. And I really feel for you.
She wants
if you were
food.
expecting something, you're
I'll
doing
give her
it,
food in
you
a
didn't get what
sec.
you want. And I'm sorry that we couldn't give you that. We really
Don't you bully
we
me.
want this to be as good as it can be, and we're working to make it better.
But really want to reiterate that unlike these production big D&D games, this is none of our full-time jobs.
All of us took time out of our production schedule to come do this. One of the reasons that it was such a tight campaign was because that's all people.
can't see
could
it, but we
afford.
got all of
5
them in
days
here.
away from their families, their jobs, their
want
content.
food.
That's a lot to ask of people when this isn't even guaranteed to make them any money. Everybody did this on the promise that we're going to make something cool and we might get something back, but no one has been guaranteed a cent from this. We're doing it because we love it.
A big point that kept coming up is that the production was rushed.
Did you guys have to plan, film, and edit this so
I gave her plenty of back scratches, so hopefully she doesn't. Nope, she's still bothering me. Jeez, they're relentless. Can you believe it? Relentless.
quickly?
There's this feeling that we should have waited longer, or we should have had more time to film or plan or test out equipment.
We had actually already picked this production date before we even launched the GoFundMe.
The production wasn't really rushed. We knew months ahead of time when it was going to be, but it was tight because people's availability was very small.
Plus, all the people we were flying in have jobs outside of just
Yeah.
creating content. All of them do other things.
They not only did they have to fly people out, like, which means they had to schedule all this, but they had to like budget for that too. And like, these people are creators. They have to make content. Like, what the fuck do you expect?
As well.
Jack has a full schedule of performances that he does. Blumenek not only has another job, he has a family to take care of, and Ben runs a dojo, has a job, and is a content creator. No one has weeks just to dedicate to something that might not make them any money.
One of the bigger disappointments that some of our viewers have said is that they were expecting live action.
In their other Q&A, they say, will there be any live action scenes? Yes, but not for season 1. Not for the season that people donated for.
Is that not a monumental crash out? Is that not just like he's on the edge of tears here, and he cries twice? He ends the video like in a fit of rage. I mean, I feel like you really could just like take a look at the footage and not like post this. You know, like I feel like that's a thing that you could do. I feel like that's a thing that you could just come up with in your brain. Like, maybe I should not post this. Maybe it would be a bad idea if I post this, you know, especially like, cause I think he came out with this like 12 hours after they released episode 1. This was like it wasn't even 24 hours in the can yet. And he was already saying all this shit. I'm embarrassed for his wife. He's going to be an embarrassment for many, many years to come. He'll influence, I guess, traumatize many people with embarrassment in his remaining time on the earth.
And we understand how you would be disappointed if that's what you were expecting.
I understand how it could be frustrating because we're all the combat guys, and if you thought that's what you were going to get and you didn't, it could be disappointing.
It's important to note that that's not one of the promises that we made because we knew we couldn't deliver that in season 1.
Just so you know, she doesn't actually talk like a chipmunk. I have this sped up, okay? Don't cyberbully anybody, all right? I was cyberbullied within an inch of my life last night, okay? So don't do it.
And we know you want to see us as D&D characters.
So we're gonna play ourselves.
We want to do some really cool stuff, like build a set.
And have a cool video set up with cool angles and stuff. Buy me a flight so I don't have to swim.
Make cool character art of us and minis.
And if things go well, we'll even do a second campaign.
At its core, this is going to be a fun D&D game with all your...
Now, I don't know if it's just me, and no judgment on people, but I think whips are really dumb. I think they're really stupid. I think the whip is a very unimaginative, stupid weapon. And I hate them. I don't mean to be anti-whip. I know that this is a political, sometimes, channel, and I know that we sometimes cover some pretty divisive topics. And I didn't want to divide the community like this. Okay? I didn't want to do it. But I am, sadly, staunchly anti-whip. And that includes chain whips. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. And now that we've brought the word chain into things, I gotta say I don't like chain swords. I don't like anything with a mechanical blade that's supposed to be a fixed blade. I think that's stupid. I'm sorry. Gunblades. I like gunblades. I'm pro gunblade. Oh, I'm so sorry to admit all this, guys. Especially like, you know, just kind of randomly. I feel very personal about these views, you know.
favorite weirdos from the internet. We've got a team that's going to help us record, edit, and produce this at a high quality. We've got artists who are going to come and help bring this world to life. We've got set designers who are...
A flail is okay, but I'd prefer one of those long staffs with the flail on the end of it. Hey, Helmet, how's it going? Good timing with the song. It's good, very synchronistic.
We're gonna make it so it's immersive and fun, and instead of this being a one-off fun D&D game, now, as you can see by our brand new YouTube page, this is gonna be a whole thing. We're planning multiple seasons, but we are working on it for season 2. We've already talked about how we want to go back and do the highlights of this campaign now that we have the whole thing, and we'll have a little bit more time with production next season. Also, we're trying to incorporate more physicality into the D&D when it's not freezing in the studio. And I know that's not much compensation if you were really expecting it in this season, but we're hoping the small in-between things we've been doing will...
If you have to swing across a pit to find a lion, then what are you going to do without a whip? That's the thing. You don't need it. You could just take a length of rope. You know, you could a grappling hook, any kind of ninja grappling weapon with a rope on it. You know, some ninja. This is not a true thing, but some ninja used to use sai to jam into the walls of buildings of the people they were trying to assassinate and then they would rappel down a rope. Rappel. That's right. Bet you didn't know that about ninjas. Fleet-footed, I hear they were. All right? Fleet of foot. Gross. First time you find yourself without a whip, you'll never travel without one. Helmet, I don't think you said that the way that you wanted to. Hang on. The first time you find yourself without a whip, you'll never travel without one again. Are there situations in which it would objectively be a person's thought to be like, man, I wish I had a whip right now? I don't know that I can think of any. I am staunchly anti-whip. All right? Staunchly.
We'll make up for that.
And even this isn't us promising we'll do more of it in future seasons. We want to try, but we don't know if it's even possible.
This campaign is evolving as it goes, and we're being careful about what we can and can't promise, but
Oh, yes. That is a good caveat.
we really want you to know that we love what we're doing and we want to make it better, and we're going to do everything that we can to do that.
Now, he's since taken this out of the video, but when we saw it, it was in there, so we're going to take the time to respond to it.
And he brings up the fact that we should have just done this in the studio. But if you've actually seen Seltzer Art Studio, it's not that big, and at the time, I had my bed in the middle of it, so we couldn't have really done that.
And another thing he suggested was that we do the live action scenes here in the studio, when in reality, that's an hour away with no traffic from dark hour, and we were in the middle of an ice storm. It wasn't safe to travel.
Yeah,
Plus,
this happened in the middle of the ice storm. I think there was some confusion about when the ice storm was. The ice storm made the roads impassable.
You find yourself needing a whip more times than not. Now that's interesting. So you carry one. That's part of your EDC kit. And were you issued a whip in the military, and that's how you familiarized yourself with it? Because that would be pretty funny if there was like a designation whipsman or something like that.
3 or 4 days, and that was exactly when we were.
What would it be?
We did not have an opportunity to leave, except
right?
to go to the
I think that's
Plus,
a
even if
good.
there was the opportunity to, all of our filming equipment.
That's as good a name as any for that designation, whipsman. Grenadier, it just rolls off the tongue really nicely, so it would have to be something poppy. Whipsman. There you go. Or whipslinger, or whippelier, whip 'em. Carry whip with me everywhere I go except for the shower. Then you ain't, you're not doing it right. That thing goes in the shower. You never know what kind of danger you might encounter in there. Come on.
Was being used for min-max.
They're
so
made
our
of
studio didn't have any of that.
mostly
We had to
leather,
use our studio
right?
To make sure Min-Max had enough stuff without buying too much.
It would have basically been a dark box. His final claim is that our production was pathetic.
Yeah, and we've talked.
Pathetic. I love like she spits that word out, like, because like how the fuck are you gonna like in 12 hours look at a thing that maybe you haven't even really watched because you're posting a video 12 hours after it was made? Like, how are you gonna do that and then like not understand that it's just a knee-jerk or like a hyperbolic reaction to something completely like innocent, I guess? I mean, there was no misappropriation of funds, so innocent, right? Like, shit, man.
Talked a lot about how
Be less of a dick.
you might feel or how he might feel looking at our work, but I think it's important to talk about how we feel. This was a big project and we put a lot of passion and
Yes, and see what I fucking mean. See what I fucking mean. This is what we need to be teaching our young men, as opposed to like putting fucking locked in man subs and like manosphere subs on Reddit, hoping that they all just kind of like flock to those because that shit's like easy fucking serotonin payoff. We need to be like teaching people to have stable mental statuses and like emotional maturity and the ability to use empathy and to tell people freely and transparently how things affect us. That is going to be that would result in a new generation of fucking balanced people in general, if we could just be teaching that.
work into it. And we are still very proud of this project, and we know that it's going to grow and get better as we continue. But having this first response from the community be so negative and harsh, and at times almost
from a guy with nearly 1 million subscribers. So this wasn't a small impact. Like, this is essentially a representative of a good chunk of your fan base is telling you that they don't like your thing. Because if the video is up, if it gets positive feedback, then to eyes that judge those types of things, judge their own performance on those types of things, they would take that as those 1 million people disliking what they do. But it speaks to people's character how immediately after posting, Duke's viewership started hemorrhaging. It imploded. He's down over 100,000 subscribers since this whole debacle happened. So, I mean, deservedly, seemingly.
cruel is really rough.
For me, I just feel sad. I think myself, I put a lot of work into this in the time before.
Try not to slap your mic. that will really pop in someone's ears. It popped in mine.
And during the event, and even more so, I feel sad for all the creators involved who have to see this. They worked hard.
Just the idea of all that negative feedback for something that you put a lot of yourself into is a big blow to the ego. Like that will make people stop making content, you know, like they'll give up their livelihood and their passion because of that feedback. And I get, you know, maybe people need to be more thick-skinned or whatever, but like not everyone needs to be, and not everyone is. So you have to live in the world with them, and you have to cooperate with them. It takes a fucking village. Don't be a douche. That's why my cosmic rule. Boom, goose stamp. Number 1. Boom, boom. Number 1 rule. Boom. Don't be a dick. Just don't be a dick. Don't be a dick. That's my biggest number 1 priority rule of all time. The thing that I base all my friendships on, the thing that I base myself on, all this stuff. Just don't be a dick. That means you can be snarky sometimes. That means that you may not have the best relationship with some people, and you may outright dislike other people. But as long as you don't be a dick, there you go. As long as you can hate them with a seething hot passion, but as long as you don't be a dick, you just can shuffle on about your life, learn to live with it, and learn to just fucking deal with reality the way that it is. Just don't be a dick. That's why it's boom, boom, goose stamp, boom. Boom, goose. Number 1 rule, boom, cosmically, boom. Don't be a dick. If you constantly hear no and it's no good, eventually you internalize it. Well, yeah, I mean, there are people who are already dealing with trauma from, like, low-performing videos, or dealing with the trauma from losing their job, or whatever. Anything that could happen negatively to someone, you could be dealing with that as a creator in this space, doing this thing, listening to this negative feedback, and that's another blow to your character. Like, that's more trauma. It's just reopening old wounds and shit. Like, it's fucked up. Duke, you're gonna get sued, my dude. I'm not gonna, I have no grounds to sue anybody, so I'm not saying that I'm going to sue, but like, I'm saying you're gonna get sued. Like, you need to take down your video or edit it so that it doesn't say that they misused funds. Like, you gotta take that shit out. Oh my God. And in that diagram, that self-serving, talking about how they self-served with funds, like, that is another, like, borderline legal accusation. You gotta edit that video, man. Duke. Don't be a business moron.
They took time out of their schedules. They came here and they had a great time playing D&D with their friends. And they wanted to share that just as much as we did. And to get this kind of feedback only 24 hours after we put out episode 1.
See what I'm saying? It was only a day after they put out episode 1. Only 1 day. The dude doesn't even play D&D. He makes shitty sketches. My God. Like, 24 hours after they posted the first episode, he's taking them to fucking task because they both spent too much money and not enough money. And not even, that wasn't even reality.
Really hurts.
I'm just so sick and tired of it. The community getting taken advantage of. A community he's not even a member of.
These two handle a lot of the production, so I was much more on the just the actor side, and it did feel
Gross.
kind of unwelcoming.
Such
this is the
gross
first D&D
behavior.
content we've ever done, and we had a blast, and we were frankly proud of what we did.
I have a bunch of feelings about this, and I don't want to go on too long, but I want to say that it's fine.
The sinuses are still messing with me. It makes me even more angry at this fucking insecure piece of shit that this is like their first. I didn't know that like, I mean, I when I watched this the first time I learned it, but I didn't know until I saw this that they weren't even in the D&D space yet, and that this was like their first foray into. I thought, you know, if you do like stuff with martial weapons, that you're probably going to be a member of like some fantasy fandom or something, but apparently this was their first trial run in a D&D capacity, like, and they went for a live play, and they went for like bringing their martial ability to it in at least some mention of live action scenes and choreography. That'd be really cool. That's just a cool concept. I would assume that there's a huge Venn diagram overlap of a you know, the members of the D&D community and the members of the martial community, like pretty readily. I would assume that they would be embraced pretty well, and I think they have been so far. The girl seems like the wind is gone from her sails. It's depressing hearing this kind of feedback, and especially like having to address it. You shouldn't have to do any of this stuff, and I don't think that anyone would have really criticized them if they hadn't come out and said this, but to feel the need, you know, to have your insecurities validated again and again and again just by negative, you know, opinions, and then to have nearly the representative voice of 1 million people say that what you did was pathetic, like, that's hurtful, rude, and hurtful. He's a rude dude, and he's probably gonna get sued.
For the fans to tell us that they didn't like something or they want something changed, give us our feedback.
See, they say the fans. They don't say this one guy. They say the 1 million people that he represents. And that's really hurtful. That's like, what if you have 1 million subscribers and a guy that has 1 million subscribers says your shit sucks and nobody pushes back? That's your entire viewer base that potentially hates you. And then you call into question your entire existence. Like, what, are they just hate watching me? Like, what am I doing wrong? You know what I'm saying? Like, you get an existential crisis because someone's bullying you, essentially. They're being a bully, really.
But content creators have a responsibility. You have a platform, and you need to curate that platform in such a way that create a positive space. He says he's trying to look out for the D&D community, and that says to me that he's not welcoming me into the D&D community, that I'm somehow an outside threat.
This also pisses me off because he wasn't, well, it's the same thing I was pissed off about before, but like, he's not even a member of the community. He doesn't even play D&D. And this guy is doing a full-on fucking production and like really trying to give it a go. And he's like this whole group is actually trying to make it work and not bust into the D&D, but just to incorporate what they're already doing into an existing community that would welcome them. And he's standing at the gate going like, you didn't do it my way. Like, fuck you.
So he says that this was just the straw that broke the camel's back, and it sounded like he had legitimate concerns about what other people have done.
I am sick and tired of seeing creators and events take advantage of this very vulnerable community.
I can only imagine he's speaking from firsthand experience, because I don't know when I've seen a video of members of the D&D community where, or any evidence that people are being taken advantage of en masse. Like, what? He doesn't cite any specific issues that he's noticed where people are getting taken advantage of. He's just mad that people are getting taken advantage of seemingly out of nowhere, because he had no videos like this. Hang on. Where's, let me just, no, hang on. I before he released this video, it was just another, like, sketchy, like, sketch type video. This was the video right before it.
Hey, I was wondering how to make
Just tell me if you think this is funny, okay? This is supposed to be funny. Tell me if you think it's funny.
a character on D&D Beyond. I thought you'd never ask. If you keep scaring me like that, I never will. Right, so you want to use D&D Beyond to create a character.
It seems like it's supposed to be like a guide for new players to create a character on D&D Beyond, but just keep watching.
Yes. Great! So do you know anything about creating a character on D&D Beyond? No, that's why I came to ask you. Great! So creating a character on D&D Beyond is just so much faster and beginner-friendly. Because it's a program, and it takes care of all the calculations and back-end work for you. No, what makes you think that? Because programs like that are built to help new players get into the game! Listen, I am sensing a lot of tension right now, and as your friend, I think you should...
This is 12 minutes long. Has any of it been funny so far? Let's speed it up a bit, shall we?
Should work on your anger management. Anyway, as this program helps new players create their character by taking care of all the calculations and back-end work, mother of a juvenile shadow dragon, you'll soon come to realize that this program... Just show me how to make a character in a minute! Anyway, let me show you how to create a character. All you need is a web browser and internet. In the search bar, type dndbeyond.com. Create a free account, hover over collections, and click on My Characters. For this example, I'm going to be using the current edition, which at the time of this recording is the updated 2024 5th edition. And I'll be showcasing and using only the resources everyone can get for free on D&D Beyond. And to make sure you don't get confused if this is your first time, on the home section of character creation, for sources, make sure you only have the core rules checked, okay? Cool. Thanks.
Did he not?
Anyway, I'm going to be creating two characters. One who is martial-based and the other who is a spellcaster.
Did he not disclose that this was an ad? Because this is clearly an ad. Uh-oh. I'm pretty sure you're supposed to disclose... You're supposed to disclose ads. It seems like a paid advertisement, does it not?
In D&D, your character's core gameplay revolves around class. For my characters, I'm going to choose one to be a fighter. Outline, that means you have to make an edit within that tab. In my class's core traits, I'm being asked to...
It was about the length of an ad read. It was all up to that little... This was like about a minute 15. And then I bet you there's going to be a stinger. I mean, he's showing how to do it in D&D Beyond.
All of your ability scores start at 8, and you spend which affects your hit points. Where you put your third and his constitution by 1.
But I bet you he's going to advertise
I wasn't listening to you in the first place. That's it. I'm done. No, you're not. We still got one final step to complete. Step 5, finalizing your character sheet. Now, the last thing to do is choose...
Still not funny. I still have not found a punchline anywhere.
Choose your equipment. Figure out what you want to start with. Click add, and once you're done, click next. Click view character sheet, and Viola, the builder has everything already set up for you to begin playing.
Why is he yelling during a guide? I don't think that anyone sees the point in that.
If you're curious on how to fill out a character sheet, I have a more detailed version of creating a character listed at the end of this video. So that's how you make a character on D&D Beyond? Oh, no. That's how a character on D&D Beyond is made.
Interspecies relationships need to be canceled. Are you saying that this guy mated, or that someone mated with an animal to make him?
Wow. I am beyond furious that you made me put Dragonborn puberty in my backstory. Don't worry, it'll all make sense. When will Dragonborn puberty make sense? Next week.
Who did he have do that? You know, who was the hand model?
When will Dragonborn puberty make sense? Dragonborn
puberty in my backstory.
Don't worry, it'll all make sense.
Hang on. 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 Hang on.
When will Dragonborn puberty make soon?
Interspecies, interracial, interspecies. You think that people who have more melanin in their skin are a different species? That's pretty weird, dude.
Next week.
Dragonborn puberty made soon. When will Dragonborn puberty make soon?
Who do you think he got to do that? Do you think that he was just standing in the mirror in his bathroom, like, you know, what's funnier? Is it like this, or what's funnier? You know, I don't know, because it's clearly his own hand. You know, it doesn't. You can't. You think, oh, that's not my hand. Oh no. Is that funny? Is this funny? This here, is that funny? Ass effect? I mean, you put those two words together for a reason, because you knew that you knew that it wouldn't let you say ass. Although I think you should be able to, right? There's no reason why you shouldn't be able to say ass in a chat, right? Ass? I wouldn't think so. I mean, I can say it. I don't know if that's because I'm the owner of the channel, but... Oh, let me say poop. I don't know. Someone else tried to say ass. Let me know if it works. I want to see a run of ass in the chat. Right the fuck now. Don't make me wait. We'll leave it on this frame for a little bit longer. On hell, no, not goose, ass. I gotta go feed my dogs. I'm just gonna go drop some food in their bowls real quick. I'll be right back. Yes. Enjoy the still. Oh, thank you, Anhale. I appreciate it. Thank you. See, I'm surprised that it's still letting us... I'm surprised that it let us do, or let you guys do ass. But, thank you. I appreciate you testing the auto mod. Alright, I'll be right back. I still gotta... I have to protect the other ones, the little ones' food. What? How? I don't know how that works, Helmet. How did he do that? In his, like, don't escape from me. She wants the other one's food, which is why I have to hold her right now. Don't look at me like that.
Next week.
How? Well, I mean, I guess you could be a quadruple amputee and only lose 4 fingers, right? That just means you were amputated. You had your finger amputated, what, 4 times? I don't know. I thought that would be funny.
It'll all make sense next week.
This was the video that he made right before the one where he cried about D&D. And he hasn't made one since, other than related to this stuff that I know of. Right. Nope. So you see what I'm saying? Little weird. Little weird.
It makes me so upset, and I am tired of being nice and not saying anything. I am tired.
Who the fuck listens to you, dude? Who are you representing, and what were you supposed to have been saying? Like, where's the impropriety that's happening in the D&D community? You didn't indicate towards any before, like at all. I saw neither hide nor hair of any accusations. I'll let this play.
Not saying anything. The Convergence? Yeah, that event that was hosted back in 2022.
Did he
by
say
some of
he's a
the
virgin?
most biggest TikTok creators back then in
I
the
think
D&D
he just
space.
said that.
You
I don't
really
know how you
want to
have
know what
kids,
they said
but
about you
whatever.
guys behind the scenes?
That wasn't us. We don't know what he's talking about. It seems just weird that we were his first target.
This isn't the first time this has happened to me. I've had people try and use a fabricated drama to get clicks and create kind of a boost to their channel, and I don't like it. I don't like doing it. I don't like making these videos, but I do think that we owe it to our fans to explain how we produce this, because we want you to watch it. We want you to feel comfortable. And to this person, I want to ask, why didn't you reach out to us? Because we actually have had communication with this person before. They reached out to us and asked if we would collaborate with them months ago, and we said yes. We went back and forth, and they kind of didn't respond, and we let it go. In fact, he also has contacted Blumenek before in a Discord. He has ways that he could have reached out to us. There's an official min-maxed email. He says that he would have given us this advice, but we published that budget video months ago. We didn't hear anything. We didn't hear anything until it was this video, basically attacking everything that we tried to do. And it makes me feel frustrated and unwelcome and demoralized, because I have to continue and edit the rest of the season. I'm not gonna give up. But now, all of those cool things that I thought about to make this campaign better, the punch-ins, fixing the audio, doing all these other things, are they my ideas anymore? Is it gonna come across that way? Or is it just gonna be, oh, he's listening to this guy's rant? We are listening to the community. We are trying to make changes. And I wish that we had had more than 24 hours to try and implement. I wanna make sure they don't make this too negative, because I don't want to happen to him what's happened to me now, what's happened to me in the past. I don't want all of our fans to flood into his comment section and be negative and hate on him. He's done this from a place of passion, cares about the D&D community, and that's a good thing. I just feel like he should have contacted us or done a little bit more research first, but, you know, he's human.
And this is a great time to talk about things that he didn't bring up that we
See, and even while saying he's wrong, he's still being nice about it. Fuck, man. And that's some cool hair, too.
have heard from you guys, like adding in closed captions.
We do want to add in closed captions. For the first season, it was a little bit over budget. There's a lot of audio and a lot of dialogue, but it is something that we're going to try and implement in the second season.
Another thing we've heard requests for is podcast audio.
That's something I'm working on, but I want to make the sound mix a little bit better before I put it in a podcast. But it is something that we are trying to do.
A lot of people also wanted a dice cam.
Yeah,
and we're gonna do that.
Yeah, we did want a dice cam. We just kind of ran out of cameras. But in the next season, like we said, we're gonna have more camera setups and more cool stuff.
There's also a couple of minor changes to the way that we edited the video, and those are things we're going to do, like mirroring Tater.
Yeah, mirroring Tater, doing some color correction, doing some other stuff. Please allow me a little bit of grace to fail and learn from my mistakes so I can make this better.
And with
just like he's extending the grace to bullshit content creators who now turn themselves into pariahs, allow them some grace, you know? So after that, he I don't think that he made because I haven't read this, so I want it to be fresh for me. I want to react to it freshly. But I had read that he had crashed out in the comments as well. Comments to this video were paused out of respect for the response video, as I was hoping to receive more information from the other questions I had in emails that I sent. What right do you have to demand any information, you piece of shit? I still have yet to hear back on my emails, but we'll leave the comments open if that's what people are waiting for. If that's what people are waiting for. And I think he deleted another video. I don't remember. New video. Yeah. Min-Max, thank you for your response. I appreciate the clarification of the points you have made that I have issues with. The part I am writing is for fans of mine. SSA, the creators involved in Min-Max. A clarification point made on my end. When the email was sent to SSA, I had a talent manager running the email at the time. So we're gonna watch the Crispy video where he got is clearly just saying that there's a business manager. I don't know if I want to watch that because I don't like watching people reacting to people reacting to stuff. I don't know. We'll maybe just play the relevant parts. In that email, I also offered my services to you and Min-Max. Oh wait, hang on. Oh my god. No. Okay, yeah. So okay. I was trying to produce a short form project, and they told me that they would be handling all the reach outs, communication, etc. since I was busy on my end taking care of other projects and needing to watch my daughter. Fuck you for using your daughter as a prop to push your fucking narrative forward. Fuck you. Fuck you as a person. More since my wife's hours, and fuck you for throwing your wife under the bus. Which just said get fucked, man, then laughed at them. Yeah, that would have been well within reasonability. I was not informed that SSA was reached out to, nor was written to you like it came from me. It's just backtracking. You sent this email because it's from your perspective, and then he's like, I didn't know that my business manager was going to speak as me. Oh my gosh. That's not how a business manager would act. I am so sorry about the confusion with communication. You're not sorry about... And we'll take you at your word, but you're not sorry about the actual things that were said. You're sorry about the communication style. Okay? Earlier today, before the video was released, I sent you an email explaining additional context on why I felt and responded the way I did. Again, who the fuck are you? In that email, I also offered my services to you and Min-Maxed in helping create this project. Comments on my video said to reach out, but also wanted your thoughts on this as well, so I'm putting that out there. If any of you would like to see what I'm offering for helping produce Min-Maxed, here's a link detailing my ideas. So, he's trying to apply to work for them. And so here's how this I'm crying, I'm laughing so hard. I'm trying not to laugh because my chest congestion is still I'm still having asthmatic coughs and shit. Have a good one, Helmet. Oh my god. But so he applies to work for them in either the most bold move that I've ever seen or the most infinitely stupid move I've ever seen. And so here's his fucking slideshow resume. Example production of... I thought he was a graphics guy. Why is this so weirdly proportioned? Let me make it a better size for you guys, for you viewers. What is this design? Is this a template? Was this just like... Can you... How do I don't want to mess any of this up. Anonymous Wolverine? By Duke. By Duke from One Shot Questers. Like this is your 12-year-old who's making a book report. I don't know if I have any of my old proposals. Let me see. Google Docs. I love this smooth jazz. I don't think I have. No, actually I might. Hang on. I might actually have a copy of my business plan. It's like 10 years old, but no, it's not. Darn it. Downloads, maybe? Because I have my old data drive in this computer, and I could have potentially downloaded it before I deleted it. It's just, it was a really old business plan that I just would not ever try to use these days, but it still looks better than his bullshit. Duke's credibility. In the D&D content creation space for 6 years. Have been a player and DM for 8 years. No, he hasn't. According to his buddy, who basically spilled the tea on him, no, he does not play the game. His wife gave him the idea because he was already trying to be... He was a failed sketch comic. Wasn't making any money doing it. And so his wife said, hey, there seems to be a pretty big player base for D&D. Why don't you do that? And so that's what he did. So just straight up lie. Straight up lie. Just no shame in that particular game. Oh, damn, yeah, there's a lot of things in here. Oh, boy, I don't... Oh, I have John Wick. There's some movies in here. Microsoft Edge. Nope, that is a old resume. Old resume. Yeah, I don't know if I have it. I don't know if I have it on here. Darn it. Yeah, no, it's just a script. Darn it. Yeah, because it would have said, it would have said what my the name of my business on there. But I'm not seeing it. Nope. And finally, nope. Darn it. Okay, well, I guess I don't care. But I make better stuff than he does. Produced multiple videos, streams, and series based off D&D live play within those 6 years. You're just rehashing the first point you made. How long did you sit here thinking about this? This is pathetic, if I may borrow a phrase from you. Produce successful D&D live show events at conventions, streams, and in-person shows. There's no evidence of this anywhere on his channel at all whatsoever. Shows included panels, live sketch comedy show, and D&D Let's Plays. Again, to which there is zero record. He has no portfolio of any of this work on his social media platforms. Produced successful D&D, has over 10 years of producing shows, no evidence of that. 10 years of directing, acting, and writing, no evidence of that. Except, I guess, for the acting part, but you're not very good. 6 years of professional video shooting. I hope you don't count your sketches as professional video shooting. Editing and production. 3 years in audio handling experience. Audio handling? Did you want to have, like, maybe an actual business person, like, look at this and then give you some feedback first? Or no? He thinks he's the authority on these things, so... What Duke is offering to MinMaxed in this job application, hiring or helping produce, direct, and run behind the scenes tech, all under the direction of Sword Cell Arts and creators involved. So you just want to run the production. Be in charge of tech setup, troubleshooting, and supervise overall production of MinMaxed. So he's just he wants to take over. He just wants to come in and run their show for them. Video and audio editing for both horizontal and short form vertical videos. Okay. You don't need to put that. I don't know why that's a point that you thought was. This is all up here in producing and directing and running behind the scenes tech. Like that's all contained in there. Access to OSQ's tech equipment if needed, free of charge. What? OSQ's own personal studio built to resemble a tavern, free of charge. So you want them to come to you and to film with you on a weekly schedule of release. Other content creators who have families, businesses. Access to digital touchscreen gaming table that players can interact with while also using tablets. Fuck you. That's your preference. You didn't like it. And so now they have to change. Housing connected to studio that can house 2 creators if needed. So you want to have your own mining town. Duke, man, you're going to get sued. You're going to get sued, my dude. Mix of dimension. Oh, D20. Beevil Dirt League and players' own natural talent. Camera work, 4 cameras, 1 DM, 2 on players, 1 top-down camera capturing the table. 2 on players. DM his own space, 3, whatever. I don't care about any of this shit. Goal is better quality content and more consumable based off 3-day shoot schedule. Each recording session for video will be 2 hours long. 2 options to go. Film 6 sessions are up to 2 hours each. 6 sessions split up into 1-hour episodes. I don't know. I don't know enough about D&D, the pacing, to know whether this is feasible. Unfortunately, I am not I'm better with the money and just this, like, gross. Plan that I suggested that was received negative. Plan that I suggested that was received negative, so I took it down so I wouldn't get pushed out any further. Stop post-production on season 1 and restart with mistakes learned from first time producing this. Post original season 1 as a free Patreon reward if fans wanted to see the original footage. Fucking Christ. Ay. So 6 panels? pathetic. Fucking pathetic. Fuck. I'm mind blown. I understand this is not my channel. I understand this is not my project. It should have stopped there. There's no reason for it to go beyond that. It should have stopped at, this isn't my channel. This isn't my production. You didn't even contribute to the fucking Kickstarter. You have no ground to stand on here. I understand it's not my baby or vision. Okay. Then why did you fucking weigh in? And you all have the right to tell me no or any of all my offers, and I would understand. What I do want to say, though, is that I was also excited about this project. You didn't contribute. You didn't give them any money. And from what the first episode brought us, I know it can be so much greater. Then why didn't you say, hey, guys, I thought this was really good. Here are some ways that I think we can make it greater. Instead of, this is pathetic. I can't believe the people are getting taken advantage of. Fuck you. If you want to keep doing this for seasons to come and possibly more, it's already locked in. They already have the money for that. Then you need help. Then you need help with the production side, with someone who know how to run productions like this. Also being a local helps. I mean, you want them to go live on your property. And you want to manage a mining town so that they can't leave and they have to just produce for you. Like some Andrew Tate-ish type exploitator. That's right, I said tater. I've also reached out stating that I would like to meet up and discuss things further about my video. No! You don't just get to butt your way into somebody's life by negging them. And that's what this, it seems like that's what this whole thing was just some weird manosphere pickup artist take on how to merge a business or something. I don't think you guys are going to do it right. So you need me, you know? You know what? I experienced monumental blowback from my video. I totally didn't, I stepped in the wrong direction. I understand this isn't my stuff. But you need me. You need me. You fucking need me, okay? It's the weirdest way to get a sleepover I've ever seen. Yeah. Well, people just can't be honest with themselves or each other. They gotta have like so much preamble and so much dosey-dos. I've also reached out, blah, 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 stating that I want to meet up. They don't want anything to fucking do with you. Why the fuck would anyone want to meet with you? Why the fuck does anybody in your support circle continue to want to be around you when you are this fucking obnoxious? Holy shit. And last thing I want to bring up is about my response video. I currently have comments blocked out of respect for this video, but the video is still up. There are still a couple of points I don't feel comfortable with even after the response, but that's all I will say. If SSA and I happen to meet up at conventions and understandings go well, I will take the video down and provide an update if necessary. I think his video is down. His response video. I think it's gone. I give everyone here the right to be mad, frustrated, disappointed, upset, or downright disgusted with me. I'm not even asking for forgiveness. I'm not asking for support in this. I've said what I've said, and I am taking responsibility. No, you're not, dude. You're still trying to get them to work with you. You could very easily just fucking disappear off the face of the earth, and I think everyone would be all the better for it. Narcissistic piece of shit. No one other than me was a part of the decision to make this video, so the only person to point it at is me, if that's what you would like to do. Then that tells me that your wife had something to do with it too. If you feel like I earned your trust back in the future, I'm happy to reunite. Provide updates as necessary to this comment. The first I've heard from them is a reply on my comment on their previous video. He gave us the right to feel our own emotions. What a nice guy. I know, like, fuck, goddamn. I've not heard anything about it. They're open to talking with the emails I've sent over this 6 hours ago now. He took down the the one before the crispy video. So there was one in between these two. And I don't know where that is. But that's why we have to watch Crispy's video, because there was more. There was more. Is it this one? I think it's this one. So just take a look. We'll try to get through this really quickly.
Oh, hey. Want to hear a story? So, we brought up min-max before.
If you're not familiar with Crispy's Tavern and Tea, Crispy is a person in the D&D sphere that does mostly, like, I think, session, like D&D sessions, but also does, like, coverage of drama channels and the new term I've learned, lolcow stuff. So, if you're not familiar with Crispy, go sub to Crispy.
I mentioned this brand new D&D podcast during the Shadiversity episode, and many of you were very happy that I was just using them as a transition to talk about martial arts creators. At the time, min-max were not involved in any drama, so there was no need for me to continue talking about them. Well, I'm talking about them now. Yeah, if you're unaware, min-max is, like I said, a brand new D&D podcast, but its special gimmick is that it is bringing together martial arts creators from across the world. People who swing swords in real life are now going to be swinging swords in fantasy land, which I think is a neat idea, though it isn't cheap to get all these people together. So the channel heading up this effort, I enjoyed my time working with him, though there were some things that made me raise my eyebrows. Like, for example, on the second episode of my podcast, he promoted an event.
So here we're adding lore to the entire thing. Crispy is giving their opinion on how Duke conducted himself during an opinion or during an interview with them and a subsequent, opinion, a commentary afterwards, shall we say.
That, I didn't have a problem with the event necessarily, but I did have beef with the venue. The event that he was promoting was called The Convergence, held at Evermore Park.
I went to this thing called The Convergence. Probably heard a lot
at Evermore Park, baby. Is that where it is?
Yeah, so went to the Convergence. I was one of the DMs there. This was an event hosted by Quincy's Tavern. We were at Evermore Park in Utah, where a bunch of fans got to come and play D&D with their favorite D&D creators. It was so much fun.
Wow, Evermore Park. Duke connecting himself to failed businesses is not a new phenomenon, apparently. But the Convergence, if you watch Duke's original video, the name Convergence might be familiar. You see, while he said a bunch of really nice things about the Convergence in my video, in his video about min-max, he, for some reason, references it as, like, this horrible thing.
The Convergence? Yeah, that event that was hosted back in 2022 by some of the most biggest TikTok creators back then in the D&D space. Some that are very like, oh, we're wholesome, we love you guys. You really want to know what they said about you guys behind the scenes?
Like, if you're gonna call yourself a professional and you're gonna try and open a fucking streaming service, you should probably learn how to type correctly. Like, you don't proofread any of the shit that you've said in the comments. And I get it, that's casual stuff, but in your proposal to work for min-max, there was typos, you got fucking Sellsword Arts username wrong. Like, there's no excuse to that. Like, you can't call yourself a professional and make videos like this, first of all. But also firing all your workers through a post that you made is also, like, really sleazy too. He did that as well.
You really want to know how they viewed you?
Were you promoting a suspicious event on my podcast, Duke? You putting it on my name? I don't appreciate that, man. But besides that one thing, he also had a habit of being really bitter about his lack of opportunities in the D&D space. This was a big thing during his post where he's walking away from the D&D community. He specifically cites other creators being invited to events and getting free products as a reason why he wants to walk away, because he never gets any of those things, which is hilarious because Wizard of the Coast sends me free D&D books. D&D books I haven't even talked about once. I don't know, maybe I'm like their tsundere or something. Who knows why Duke didn't get them, but it was something that really, really annoyed him. And it was something that rubbed me the wrong way because, I don't know, man, being that jealous of your fellow content creators is it just comes off as, for lack of a better word, cringe. But all these little problems are not the reason I stepped away from working with Duke. I stepped away from working with Duke because of a show called Tabletop News. Now, I have no evidence that this happened. I don't have any recordings. I have nothing. I tried to find the archive of him saying this, and I just could not dig it up. Now, based on my standards of evidence, you shouldn't listen to what I have to say here. All I have is my testimony, but I hope that my past work has given me some credibility in the space, and I hope that you guys will listen to what I have to say.
It has. I've seen many of Crispy's videos, and they tend to be pretty credible on matters such as these. If that lends any more credibility, if my simple, humble opinion allows them to have any more grace, then let it be so.
here. So, Michelle Young Bradley is also a person I had on my podcast, and she ran a Kickstarter for a tabletop news show called Tabletop News, where she would talk about tabletop news. I know, this is really groundbreaking stuff, but the Kickstarter was pretty successful. It raised $120,000, and Michelle and her co-host went on to fully put the show out there on the internet. They interviewed people from Critical Role, Dimension 20, Dropout TV in general, were pitching in cast members. They also had the Baldur's Gate 3 cast on their show, and they were tuned in to every little piece of news that happened in the tabletop space. It was high production and really well done, but unfortunately, that kind of thing, it's not cheap. And after about a year of running the show, from April to December, Michelle had to pull the plug and announced that she was canceling tabletop news to the backers. She tried to get more sponsors, but it just didn't work out. The viewership just wasn't there, and yeah, that sucks. However, Duke looked at the situation, he went onto his channel, and claimed that Michelle Young Bradley was screwing over her audience, that she was running away from them, that they were being left with nothing. And again, I have no evidence of this, but does that seem familiar to you? Yeah, what he did to MinMax is not the first time it happened. He did it to Michelle too for no damn reason. Like, I understand the frustration that the show was...
See, so it's clearly not the first time this has happened. I mean, again, allegedly. But I think, like, Duke was kind of doing that thing that failed comedians do when they enter the right griftomatic machine, and just trying to turn this into like a drama channel, turn his channel into like a drama channel, because he was losing viewers before, because his stuff is just not good. It's just not good. It's just not good at all.
Canceled, but she sounded like she was running away with the money, asshole. All right, she spent the money. The money was spent. It's used up. Like,
as an aside, I used to have this same exact shirt. The fishnet shirt. Yep. That's right. And over it, I would wear a bowling shirt with embossed, like, embroidered flames on the bottom of it. And very large jeans with straps and buckles all over. Yep. That was the style at the time.
Do you know how this works? She couldn't get funding for the show. What do you want her to do? Bankrupt herself to keep this thing going? It rubbed me the wrong way. And I understood at the time that it's frustrating when it was mismatched, how he didn't have a lot of evidence, how much of his evidence was speculation. And Duke responded with this. I appreciate your feedback, I truly do. I do want to say, this wasn't something that was rushed, though. I worked on this for 6 hours yesterday researching and getting this prepared. 2 more hours today, too. The way it looked...
6 hours he spent researching the claims in the video. Jinko jeans were cool. You could fit a whole 12-pack in those things. And they're becoming cool again. Or at least that style of jeans. 6 hours he spent on the video where he borderline defames MinMaxed. 6 hours to verify the wild claims that he's making. 6 hours plus 2 more today.
Because I did it on stream. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to get my points across like I would have liked to. Does it seem like I made the same mistakes that they did with rushing because that works best for me on how I deliver things? Yeah, it does. And I have been owning to that in my comments and by editing the video. I don't know where most of my stuff is speculation. What I provided is evidence of things they have personally said in videos and in comments. Again, I really do appreciate your worry, criticism, and warnings. Worry? Dude, I don't care about you. I wasn't worried. I'm just telling you what it is. I'm telling you made a bad video. It's not worry. It's just a fact. But I responded to that, in my opinion, accordingly, because Duke thinks he's deflecting my criticism by saying that he did a single afternoon of research for this video.
Yeah.
Duke, I can tell. We all can tell. Duke, period. 8 hours of research is nothing, period. The fact that you think a single afternoon of research is worthy of a full expose is not counting anything that I said. In addition, because of how poorly you handled this initial video, your viewers, and more importantly, the viewers of MinMax, have no reason to believe you. Who will trust you did your due diligence this time? How have you verified your sources? My 2026 has been good to me. It's been good to me because viewers appreciate due diligence and proper journalism. I hope you understand that before putting out your next video. For context, Duke was telling me he had a bunch of behind the scenes...
And that's something I respect. You know, I think due diligence is pretty important. Really nothing more to say on that. I mean, I think that's pretty simple concept.
Sources spilling the tea on MinMax and exposing how irresponsibly they are handling this money, that it makes them look horrible. And I told him, dude, it's not gonna matter. You can have all the sources in the world, but if you screw up the first time, people aren't going to believe you the second time. Again, Duke didn't appreciate any of this. I'm sorry that you feel that way. Duke, genuinely, you can go fuck. I unfortunately will have to step away from communication for a bit because of this is the exact kind of experience I would face, and the reason I've been scared to speak out for 6 years. I'm sorry the way I premiered my information wasn't to your standards. Now you would have liked my content to be presented as. I am still open to your criticism and feedback, and will take your words. He then immediately blocked me. He immediately blocked me. He said, I will accept your criticism, and then without hesitation blocked me within the same second. Congratulations, Duke. After 6 years of making the same 5 horny bar jokes over and over and over again, you finally did it. You finally made me laugh.
Teehee.
Okay. I warned him.
So
I told him what would happen. I told.
this is the most important part. This is the most expositive moment of this video. This is the reason why we're watching this video in the first place. Okay, this Crispy's video. This is the evolution of how things have gone, and then we'll play One Shot Quester's response to this video.
That nobody would trust him. I told him this would blow up in his face, and look what happened. I was right. What a burden being right all the time. Even the second he published his video, when it was just with his subscribers, there were a lot of people who were pointing out that this video seemed just like woefully misplaced. The gall it takes to call out random internet people for not doing research when you, an experienced creator, didn't do proper research. Just wow, only adding to the bad faith interpretation of this garbage you call a video. You gonna cry some more? Yeah, I will. I will cry some more. Dude, what are you doing?
Come on, man. Who would ever do that? Who would ever say, yeah, I probably will cry some more? Come on, man. Just take it out. Like, it just take the video down and just be like, all right, yeah, okay. Yeah, I should probably, you know, rethink this whole thing. Ay. Oh no, this probably has like the copyright stuff. Sorry, I'm just trying to find something else, you know. I want copyright free. Come on. Three minutes. Damn it. I want to find like a sad song to put on. Because, you know, because the, of the theme of all this. Where is it? Let's see. I'm going to get the dreaded copyright where they shut your stream off. An hour long? Is this sad enough for the drama? For the drama? Oh wait, what? No, this isn't. Damn it. Hey. Oh wait, it seems like some anime OSTs are don't do copyright. Seemingly. That's what it looks like. That's what I'm seeing here. So yeah, why not this one? I'll take a look if the or I'll see if the thing pops up that says, "Oh, we're gonna nuke your channel." We'll see.
Quit. This video does not make you out to be a nice guy, rather a petty, whiny, and miserable man, hamming up his emotions in order to garner increased engagement and thus money. Pretty poor showing, dude. Pretty disappointing. As a Christian who is still practicing in it, Jesus also called out people when they needed to be called out. Are you comparing min-max to the Pharisees and yourself to Jesus there, Duke? Absolutely hilarious, crash out, but you do you.
So this is another component to this wild story where Duke, remember, like, if from yesterday, he was the guy with the shaved head, he was talking about how Duke made it, like had a house rule that you couldn't swear in his house. Like, does that not seem weird? Like, it seems like just really restrictive for really no reason. Like, you can't cuss in the house. Like, okay, I guess. It seems very Christian. It's like a Christian household. Like when you're a kid and you go over to your Christian friend's house, and they're like, oh, you say something like, oh, that sucks. And they're like, Jeremy, go upstairs. Go upstairs, go to your room, lock the door. We do not use words like that in this house. I don't know what your parents taught you, but that mouth is demonic. And if you ever say anything like that ever again, you will never be welcome in our house. All right, Jeremy, you can come down. Nothing, we just had a little talk, didn't we? Now go pray.
Man, as a fellow religious person, I'm not going to argue with the big man upstairs, but Duke, I really don't think you need to drag him into this one, all right? Yeah, this comment crash out only got worse when MinMax put out their response video. Duke immediately deleted the entire comment section, scrubbed that dry. But he changed his mind a little bit later. He would return the comment section, but this time the comments were all disabled. You can no longer comment anything new on the video, but when people told him that was, a pussy move, he decided to then reopen the comment section yet again, which, I gotta respect being able to take a sock in the face like that because, people were brutal. However, it does seem he opened his comment section for more than one reason. One, humiliation fetish, but
And there it is. And there it is. That's it. He has a humiliation fetish. He's kinky. This is him getting freaky.
Real reason. I think this is the big reason. One, he wanted to respond to one specific claim in their video, and two, he wanted to give an update for how he is handling communication with MinMax. Okay, so the first big update is that MinMax claimed in their video that Duke had actually reached out to them previously for a collaboration. It's just that Duke ghosted them when they said yes, which seems like a really weird thing, especially since it establishes that Duke had communication with these guys.
Because he does that fishing thing. He does that thing where he's like, how can I use these people as a platform to get even more clout? That's all he's doing. He's not interested. He's not trying to be friendly. I don't think he really gives a shit.
We want you to watch it. We want you to feel comfortable. And to this person, I want to ask, why didn't you reach out to us? Because we actually have had communication with this person before. They reached out to us and asked if we would collaborate with.
Oh, there's emails. Okay. Hi, my name is Duke. From the first person, presumably. And I own the social media channel called One Shot Questers. It's a YouTube channel. Don't puff it up by saying social media. It's better to say YouTube, better to say the brand name if you're trying to make a professional connection with someone. I would think that somebody who owns a business or who has plans to own a business or a streaming service or whatever the fuck you purport that you are in charge of, I would think that they would know something like that. But I guess not. Duke. Not sure if you've seen my stuff or not. I know that we both started posting around the same time and we share a common audience. If not, no worries. See, this is just him trying to use them as a platform. That's all he's trying to do, is just put his boot on their face and step right up into more clout or whatever. That's all he's trying to do. To jump right into it, I'm creating a series on my YouTube channel called Jack of All Trades. Jack off all trades. Farriers, you're getting it first. What? Where my bard character, horny bard, just the whole time, just all the time, journeys to learn new skills, techniques, and training so he can be the first real-life bard who is an actual jack of all trades. One of the many skills a bard needs to learn is sword fighting. My subscribers inform me that y'all are based in Dallas, which is awesome because I live in Fort Worth. So I'm reaching out to ask if you would be open to doing a collaboration video on my channel. This is all the same speech style that he was using in his comment stuff, so I don't know. What I would be asking in return is I could come to your studio using your equipment. Y'all teach me the basics in sword fighting. Let me know if this interests you, and I'm more than happy to talk about any questions y'all might have. I'm also open to driving to your studio and talking there as well if that's easier. Why do you... why is it that douchebags always prefer in-person communication? Is it so that they can intimidate? Because a man like Duke, I gotta say, is not gonna intimidate anyone. He's all of like 5'3". He's all of like 4'9". He's maybe even 3'11". All right. We've done the measurements.
Months ago, and we
Blah, blah, let me know if this interests you. Oh, yeah. Hey, thanks for reaching out. This sounds like it could be an interesting collaboration. Can you tell me a little bit more about what you'd be doing? It sounds like they were interested.
He said yes. We went back and forth, and they kind of didn't respond, and we let it go. In fact, he also is.
And multiple rounds of communication back and forth. I don't know. I mean, he seems like he's doing fine. Is his wife his business manager? That would explain it, because she would feel comfortable enough to probably speak as her husband. Like I don't know why, but I don't think that would be outside of the realm of a husband-wife thing. I don't know.
Contacted Blumenek before in a Discord. He has ways that he could have reached out to us, but we didn't hear anything. We didn't hear anything until it was this video basically attacking everything that we tried to do.
Now, in his pinned comment, Duke claims that the reason he ghosted them is because he had a talent manager. It's the talent manager's fault.
See, he blames it on the talent manager.
Duke, I'm here to call you a freaking liar. This is the email provided to me directly from Sellsword Arts. Hello, Sellsword Arts. My name is Duke, and I own the social media channel One Shot Questers. To jump right in, I'm creating a series on my YouTube channel called Jack of All Trades, where my bard character journeys to learn new chapters, techniques, and trading, so he can be the first.
We already covered that.
In Fort Worth. He signs it off and saying that his no talent manager does this. I know this because unlike Duke, I still have my talent manager. He does not impersonate me. He identifies me.
Yeah, most talent managers would not just pose as the person they represent. It actually makes you sound more legitimate as like a famous actor or somebody to collab with. If somebody contacts you saying, "Hey, I'm the talent manager. I manage this stuff for this user, for this, creator," that sounds more cool than the idea of a talent manager trying to represent themselves as the person. It's just such a bad lie. It's just, there's no grounding for this.
As himself and says, "I work with Crispy's Tavern." Duke, well, I can't confirm that you wrote this email. It sure looks like it, given that you said that it's you. My God.
Yeah.
Why would he lie about this? But it actually gets more wild, because down the line in this pinned comment, Duke explains that he sent an email to MinMax, and they haven't yet responded to him even after 6 hours. I don't know what the hell he's trying to say with that, but what's in this email he sent to MinMax?
Yeah, he's such a bully. Like he's like, "You have to respond when I want you to respond. I'm coming to your house." Like, fuck, man. I'm gonna call you out. I'm no longer afraid to speak my truth.
It's his job.
Someone in the chat, tell me how tall you think he is. I think he's at least 2'5". I don't know. What do you guys think?
Location. I'm putting this out there. If any of you would like to see what I'm offering for helping to produce MinMax, here is a link detailing my ideas. Link below is yet another PowerPoint presentation. This guy's got one move, and he's going to use it, damn it. But yeah, this PowerPoint presentation has Duke's ideas for improving MinMax. They are all the most just generalist, Gary V-ass, useless advice for making the show better.
Well, there you go.
Base it off Viva La Dirt, base it off Dimension 20. He volunteers some ridiculous things in the slideshow, though. Like, he volunteers that they should use his studio instead of the studio that, they specially built for the show.
That they built! Like, oh, just forget about that.
Dude, they don't want to use your studio. They want to use their own. It looks better, to say the least. But even more crazy than that, he says there's 2 bedrooms in his house that the MinMax crew can sleep in. Bro, you want them to sleep in your place after you borderline slandered them? Interesting move, bro. Let's see how it goes. Next up, he talks about the shooting schedule for MinMax. He wants to shoot the entire show, the entire D&D campaign. He wants to block shoot it all in one day, a 12 to 14-hour filming session.
12 to 14-hour filming session. Can you fucking imagine? Like, you don't have to be an actor or an on-screen personality to know that that's a lot of fucking time in front of the camera. God damn. I can't imagine. I can't even begin to imagine how exhausted you would be afterwards.
Bro, I want to die after 3-hour filming sessions.
Yeah, see?
12 to 14 sounds exhausting, but worse than that, all the martial arts choreography stuff, he also wants to do all the
my stomach's
choreography
growling.
one day, and then all the shooting directly the next day. Again, sounds like an absolute nightmare, blocking it all out and doing all the shooting for 3 continuous
Yeah, like, it seems like the argument that Duke has crafted in his head is that the thing should operate like a TV production. like where you are living in trailers on set, where you are, spending, a long, like 10 hours a day working on, different scenes and really trying to get it right. And like, that's not what these people were doing. They are martial arts, weapons people. That's what they do. They make content, and think like, just assuming that whatever they're making isn't up to snuff because of whatever your weird fucking criteria was for that, instead of just like saying like, hey, here's some people who got together and made a thing. He's saying that it's low quality because they're not treating it like a real production. Like, fuck you. Where the fuck is all your stuff? All I see is bad sketches and really bad green screen stuff and a really shitty resume. Where's the substance? Where's all your live performances that you say you've done? Where's all your productions you say you've put on?
Stop days of filming? Ugh, especially since martial arts are athletically draining. This is just a presentation that shows once again that Duke doesn't know what he's fucking talking about. This guy's driving me nuts. The last point is Duke saying straight up what he would do if he...
Production on his videos isn't even good. Hard to argue it would be better with him. For real!
He was in complete control of Min-Maxed. What I would do right now if asked to help with Min-Maxed. 1. Stop all production and already film season 1 and start over. Yes, that's a lot to ask, and yes, it would suck. We would learn what went well and what didn't work, what problems we faced, and...
Why can't you do that while putting out the content? It's good enough. And I know that, like, your attitude as a motivational person should never be something that is good enough. But no. That's actually the opposite of true. You really should be okay with something being good enough. If it's good enough to send, if it's good enough to publish, if it's good enough to... It can be good enough. And endlessly iterating on something is only going to make your fans angry. And it's only going to make your content worse because it's going to get bloated or it's going to get overcut. You just got to be able to let it go. Stop all production on already filmed season 1 and start over. Yes, that's a lot to ask, but you're asking the people who are working to work more and to work harder than they have to. This isn't necessary to scrap everything and go back to scene 1. Like, that's not at all necessary. Even if it was a 5 out of 10 for the first episode, that's still fine. F average is still passing in some classes. Make your planned season 2 schedule be the new season 1 and hit the ground running. So again, 12 to 14 hour days, just blocking out all this stuff. If fans still want to see the original season, then it could be a good incentive to post those on Patreon for free during time between sessions, since people paid for this to be made in the first place. I only say on Patreon since it wouldn't mess with YouTube algorithm shenanigans. What do you think YouTube works like? Do you not know how YouTube works?
All that info and energy starting over season 1. 2. Make your planned season 2 schedule be the new season 1. Hit the ground running. Also, if fans want to see the original season, then it could be a good incentive.
This was the panel that was missing from his original slideshow.
To post on a Patreon for free during... You wanted to be a Patreon? He went on such a long rant about how they're wasting money. And he wants them to start over the entire season. Also, you really want to work for these guys after you made that hit piece? Really? This was a job.
Yeah, like I don't... The ridiculosity of him trying to work with someone that he is almost definitely going to get sued by. I don't know why. I guess I just don't know why. I don't know why. I don't know why you would think that this is okay to even think about, write a script for, record, edit, and then publish.
Application for
Duke. You're gonna get sued, my dude.
Look, Min-Max did not accept his application. They said his values don't align with theirs. I'm gonna be a little...
Sorry, I wanted to pause it there. Thank you for your feedback. We do appreciate your concern, and we are working to improve upon several of the points raised by our fans. As we work to grow and improve, we will be looking to expand our team, but unfortunately your approach in this matter has showcased that you do not align with the values we are looking for going forwards. So if he had come to them with a constructive assessment of what he thought was, a production that went well, but was ripe for areas of opportunity, and he was able to point out those areas of opportunity and say, like, you know, I think that, you know, this model of camera works really well for this type of thing, and I found in my past experiences that using this might be better and save a little bit more money in the long run. And hey, I think we all would love to save a little bit of money. Also, you know, just like all of these things could have been said in a way that was actually constructive and would have maybe made them listen, especially to someone with such a similar viewership who they already kind of agreed to work with before. Except Duke just has that ego. He just can't do it. He just can't listen to feedback.
I'm going to be a little bit more honest and say that you shouldn't hire Duke because he's a talentless hack that doesn't know what the hell he's talking about. Also, he spelled the name of the company wrong, so just write that down for starters.
Yep. And there you go.
Look, when Duke...
So, there's the added context that was missing. Now, it's good that we have such epic music happening right now, because we're going to need some moral support going into this, into the next video, all right?
If you clicked on the...
This gives very Karen energy. Very, I'm sorry if you were hurt. I'm sorry if you took offense at any of the words I said energy. And comments are turned off. So, initial call out. Go fuck yourself, dude. The budget video, SSA Fund Miko Think, behind the scenes, Mike example, Jack the Whipper. Oh god, okay, I get it. He's trying to show how they misappropriated their funds. Allegedly. His claim. Sellsword Arts failed one of the characters. Whip sucking D&D. D&D has... What the fuck are you doing with this? Additional information and research. Oh my god. Crispy shows a huge dip in views from one shot. Oh my god, channel on deleting videos. No. No. Duke. Oh no. Duke. Oh, Duke. Oh, Duke. 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 Oh my god, dude. Oh, okay. Well, here's his research on the video that we just watched a portion of. Crispy shows a huge dip. Duke. The huge dip that is shown is from March 2024. During this time, many YouTubers were trying/advising to separate long-form and short-form videos into two different channels, and that's exactly what I did. I privated all of my shorts and re-uploaded them to an old channel I had, realizing by the YouTube community that it wasn't as big an issue for fans or channels. I privated all my shorts on the new shorts channel I had, and then made the videos public on my main YouTube channel once again. So the dip is because I privated all my shorts, but now they're back. Do you ever notice, as just a random person browsing YouTube, actually great for someone who's thumbing through shorts content to weigh in on this, do you ever find yourself unsubscribing from anyone? And more specifically, do you ever find yourself unsubscribing from people simply because they hid other videos that they've made? Especially just their shorts. If someone hid all their shorts, let's say the person that you've subscribed to for the longest, and then they just hide all their shorts, would you automatically unsubscribe from them? He lost 100,000 subscribers in only a couple of days. I don't know why he's trying to rewrite history here, but it's all there. The timeline is there. These people have made their videos, and they have the evidence in those videos. It's not like they just made a claim that they can't back up and then the video's gone now. Like, nobody can access those videos. People can see the evidence. Crispy brings up my failed streaming platform. I don't like shorts, so I have no opinion. Well, no, that's what I'm saying. Like, if you don't care, if you're scrolling through shorts and you sub to someone, I don't think you would ever just go through and like, oh, I don't watch them anymore, I'm gonna unsub. I don't think you would ever do that. I think you would just leave all your subs as they are, unless some reason you really got into keeping up with your subs and then you were like, oh, okay, I want to make sure that I manage this. That's not a thing. Christy brings up my failed streaming platform and laying off employees. This is where my expertise comes in the founding and running of a business. So let's see if I can find anything to weigh in on here. Duke, if I wrote everything out, it would be longer than the script I made for the video, so I'm just going to provide bullet points. Why the streaming service? In 2023, the thing to do for bigger creators was to make a streaming service. Where the fuck are you getting that? I don't. Yeah, no, yeah. One of the guys that I'm sub to is just not on the internet anymore, and I still sub to that. Like, I don't go through and prune my subs. So it's his losing viewership is because people were mad about something. It's because people were reacting to something, and he's not famous enough to have people who would be mad that he's not uploading or that he's hidden videos. I don't think that's a dynamic that exists anywhere. Where is this coming from? In 2023, the thing for bigger creator, you're not a bigger creator, dude. You had 1 million subscribers and now you have 100,000 less. But there's people with like tens of millions of subscribers who don't go into starting streaming services. So I don't know why you would think that. I thought I could do it as well and was always trying to push the limits of what I could do. What the fuck is your qualification for this? He's just made up this entire past to himself where he has done productions like this before, but there's no fucking evidence of that. You would think that as a person who's trying to push their brand, who's trying to give legitimacy to his claims, that there would be some evidence of this on his fucking platform. But there is nothing. It's all just really bad sketches. Cost of streaming service. Spent $3,000 of my own money to build a streaming service from the ground up. Who the fuck are you? Like, do you think that you can single-handedly build something from the ground up with $3,000? How much money do you think it takes to start a business? Granted, I'm sure you could probably start something very, very small with $3,000. Silk Screen Printing Company comes to mind because that's what I did when I was in high school. I made merch for friends. That's how I started my first business. I made merch for friends. I did t-shirts. I did hats. I did all this kind of shit. And I started it with about $2,000 to $3,000. I think at the end, and everything was said and done, I spent about $2,000 to $3,000 of my own money. I don't know why I said my own money. It was all my own money. But it was like $2,000 to $3,000. So I would say that, yeah, you could probably start a silk screen printing business if you're so inclined for that amount of money, but not something that requires data rights, licensing, and production costs. What? I don't understand that. So when I realized, or later realized people were using Vimeo, where Vimeo only took $1 per charge. I don't know what that means. I'm guessing $1 per subscription. Which who gives a shit? What are you're trying to start a streaming service? That means that you create the subscriber pricing. And why do you have to? Is Vimeo the hosting? The underlying hosting platform for videos? I don't know. I don't know what the whole point of this point is. So I switched to Vimeo. It actually made me a profit on day one. There is no evidence anywhere in your recent videos that say you've turned any kind of profit for anything unless you're saving every single cent of it. Because it hasn't gone into production. Quite clearly. Where are my employees? I had to let them go since the channel wasn't able to sustain full-time editors anymore. Just like any business, you face hardships that you don't want to face, and unfortunately I had to in this case. So what happened was one of his employees actually posted on Twitter or some social media saying that they didn't even know that they were being fired until he posted onto Twitter or whatever social media, where he said that he was going to have to let all of his employees go. So nobody knew about it, and apparently there were no exit interviews. Apparently. And so they didn't know. And so he lightning quick fired everyone and didn't tell them they were being fired. Maybe the video Duke made was a self-report, possibly. It's possible that he's mishandling funds, absolutely. Allegedly. It is possible. In any world, it's possible that somebody's embezzling money. But it's typically people that are the most accusatory who are the ones who are just projecting that onto other people. So I don't know. Why has the channel been so everywhere? No. The channel's bad. Your content is bad. It's just bad. It's just not good. It's just not good. It's just not good. It's okay. It's the same joke that everybody makes in every D&D camp. There's no reason for you to exist, I guess. You know? I don't know why I hit the space bar. Honest answer, I wasn't taking care of myself, and it showed my channel and my work. I was very negative to myself the entire time, and not once did I look back at being proud of my accomplishments instead of looking at them with disgust. I mean, this is probably the first thing that he's being honest about. Insecurity can make you hate yourself. Everything that you do is subpar. And I'm saying that both as my opinion and an assessment of your work, but also as the self-talk that you give yourself a lot of the times when you're insecure. I've only just started to slowly find my self-worth and getting better every day, not trying to gain sympathy, just telling the honest truth. But why would you post your mental health journey, especially when what you're having is a setback? You should delete this. You should delete the video, man. And you should just go back to making shitty sketches, because that's something that at least you seemed more comfortable doing. At least you weren't crying. What was with the blue post about stepping away from D&D? Again, he never plays D&D. Never had a group. That was not a D&D guy. Has never done anything with D&D. Again, I wasn't taking care of myself. I blamed outside problems for my feelings to make me feel better. D&D was never the issue. The image I viewed myself as was the issue. Side note, Crispy shows my off-comedy partner and I performing on stage and wonders where he went. I don't have the original blue posts anymore and deleted them from all of my socials when my mental health state started to become less negative. That doesn't make any sense. Since Crispy seems to have them saved, ask Crispy to show you the first post in that thread where I state at the beginning what happened to my comedy partner. There were 4 blue pictures in the thread, so make sure Crispy sends you each one. Smiley face. So, clearly, he can't just stop doubling down. He can't just stop with the snarky little sarky sister attitude, where he really could have just taken the L and understood that he's doing something self-destructive, if anything. But it's like, if you're not guilty of something and you have all the receipts, it's really easy to just post them and just be like, I have nothing to hide, guys. There you go. Rather than say, if you want those, you go and ask Crispy for them, okay? Make sure he gives you all of them. Like it's going to add any necessary context that's going to exonerate you or clear your name? Oh, my dude. Duke. You're gonna get sued, my dude. Crispy shows one of my most popular viral videos of my bard trying to distract an evil king by dancing to Oratrice Mécanique d'Annalise Cardinal with the beat of Everyone Bites the Dust. Crispy zoom in on the part of the king's cloak that is being keyed out and calls it green screen glitching. Dude, come on, man. There's so many more concerning issues with the back and forth that's happened over this. that maybe you should prioritize addressing the issues that people bring up, other than trying to talk about the piss that they are attempting to take out of you. That would be more helpful, I think, to you in this matter. The specific video I made used TikTok's crop out filter, where it will crop out a subject and make the background transparent. This can be used with or without a green screen and does have issues with cropping out articles of clothing. Here's a better example of what I'm able to do when it comes to green screening. Let's find out. Let's verify. Let's see how it looks.
It was nothing really. No, it was. I did it for yous. I did it for yous, and I did it for goods. I did it for goods. What?
Boo! He's no hero.
What do you mean? I saved the village.
Yeah, from a creature you sent to attack all.
I mean, this is like my quality of green screen, so it's still, I guess, crappy for someone who claims to be a design guy.
Village.
No, I didn't.
Yes, you did. You did it to all villages too, just so you could save the day and then demand us to pay you for being a hero. More like.
He dropped his accent there. Was that on purpose? Is he supposed to be really bad at acting? Like, is that part of his gimmick?
Con artist.
He did that?
That's not all you did. You killed all the livestock for XP for me. Yeah, and then you broke into my house and broke all of my pot.
And what is the... Why are they putting an S after a bunch of words? What's the point of that? That's not how people used to talk.
Those stories? I had no ideas.
Like how you thought we had no idea you stole 84 raw potatoes right...
Still keeps dropping that accent. Keeps dropping it. Just drops it like every other word.
Under our noses.
He's very specific.
You ignored my side quest. You killed Frank trying to figure out your control. You poisoned our water supply, burns our crops, and delivered a plague unto our houses. He did? No. But are we gonna wait around until he does?
Drop the accent again. God damn, dude.
Where'd he go?
Oh, there's he is. He's just slightly off screen.
These are like airplane jokes. Like, these are jokes that are supposed to be sort of lampooning, you know, I guess medieval fantasy movies, tropes in written works, things like that. It's supposed to be a meta commentary on how a character might disappear suddenly. Oh, he's just off screen. That's okay. But then you double down and you say, oh, but he's not actually off. He's not actually on the part that's off screen, but he's just over a little bit more. It's a hiccup in the joke. Like, you've already made that point. No reason to keep it going. You know, just doesn't make sense.
Oh, come on.
Anyway, it's bad. If you think that this fucking is good graphic stuff because you're a graphics guy, I would say that you're incorrect there. Crispy brings up my issue with the logo, how it makes sense to pay the price for the logo, makes sense, makes claims that I'm a professional graphic designer, and says my graphic designs were cheaper because my stuff wasn't good. First off, I never state in my video, nor do I ever claim to be a professional graphics designer. Yes, you do.
For production. So this first slide is their layout. $100,000. And there is 52% dead space on your screen if you're watching this video. There's 80% of dead space without the VTT on screen. You don't believe me? Here it is. That is all you see with the creators, and this is everything that you see for everything else. There's no reason why each of these shots need to be so zoomed out. And why these creators, you know, the creators that people wanted to see play together are so little. There is no excuse for that. Why is there so much more space for the DM? They are the one leading this game. They should be a main focus. And to the fans who donated, what I'm about to provide is in hopes that this production gets to the level that we were down. Make a video about things. I see things a little bit differently when it comes to graphics. I worked at a graphic design place for a year, and it taught
Hang on, he's about to qualify it.
me so much. It taught me everything that I needed to know about creating production, or like graphic design within production.
What was that? I'm sorry. Hang on.
I see things a little bit differently when it comes to graphics. I worked at a graphic design place for a year, and it taught me so much. It taught me everything that I needed to know about
everything,
or like graphic design within production. So this
everything. It taught him everything that he would need to learn. Everything. First off, I never stated in my video, nor do I claim to be a professional graphics designer. Do you not know that people can just watch your footage? Are you that short? That your brain just doesn't work properly at that particular altitude? And yes, Crispy is right that I wasn't good at it. I was brought in to help a family friend since they were struggling to find help and had no Photoshop skills at the time. Oh my god, Duke. Oh my god. Oh, Duke, please. Can't you just not say anything else? Can't you just shut the fuck up? Like, can't you just shut the fuck up for like 2 seconds? Just, you know, I mean, take a hint from those 2 lawyer guys and just shut the fuck up. Like, just stop talking. Like, stop digging yourself deeper into the hole you've already dug. My God. Just try shutting the fuck up. The entire year I was there, I was taught to do graphic design by the owner and other employees. It's your family members. And they allowed me to help with them in creating graphics. First, not to mention that the grammar here is fucking atrocious, but the year that he was there, he was allowed to help create graphics. So if it provides any more value, I never saw... He says he never gave, but he never saw an $861 price tag for a logo when I was shadowing skilled employees in the graphic design space. It's like this is one of those Twitter arguments where it's like, oh, well, who are you to push back on my claim that vaccines cause autism? Oh, well, I'm a qualified expert in yada, yada, yada. Oh, yeah? What are your qualifications? Well, I've done this, and I never said that I did this, but I also do this. Like, it's like a Twitter argument. So now you might be wondering why I didn't bring up the logo in my video. I understand how protective the TTRPG community is of artists, and I feel like if I would have stated my video by presenting my evidence with the logo, it would have turned away many from even listening or finishing on what I was presenting. What? Tell me if this sentence makes sense. I understand how protective the TTRPG community is of artists, and I feel like if I would have started out my video by presenting my evidence with the logo, it would have turned away many from even listening or finishing on what I was presenting. I think he needs to learn how to speak properly. To make a long story short, I reached out to local graphic design shops and never got a quote back from them on local creations. So my best example I can use here is using Fiverr, a famously exploitative website that basically has people who are competing with not only each other, but AI slop. Cool. By reaching out to one of the highest rated graphic designers and a few others, that would include everything that MinMax paid for, including the copyright and legal ownership, the top-rated logo designer would have cost around $350. I do want to note that other freelancers in the field have cheaper pricing. Where's the evidence of that? Jesus. Crispy shows a clip of Duke stating that it's borderline defamation. Just for clarification, after Crispy makes the claim of defamation, the next clip is of me saying $6.98 for self-service and bad financial decisions. The dollar amount of myself saying $10,000 is purposely cut out, which can be dramatically misleading for audiences who are only listening to the video but not watching it. Here's the original clip from my video as proof. That's not... I highly doubt that's what anybody was saying. Play the clip. Play the clip,
Now,
Johnny.
Where did all of the support money go? The total number that they spent for season 1 was $24,840. $10,698 was for self-service.
Where did you take that out? Where did you take it out of the video? It's still there. Where did you take that out? The dollar amount of myself saying 10,000 is purposely cut out, which can be dramatically misleading for audiences. Wait, what? No. You said it here. You said self-service and bad financial You said that. That's bad. That's not good. That's borderline defamation when you accuse somebody of misusing funds that are donated. That's misappropriation of funds. You are accusing them of a crime. A very ambitious lawyer could take you to court. You're going to get sued, my dude. I wasn't lying. You're going to get sued, my dude. And then you're saying that Crispy said something about the convergence, yada yada. I do remember having a talk with one of the creators who was helping put together the event, and I will state that I believe I mentioned using Evermore Park to host the event, since I at the time thought it would be a great setting for this event. I do want to state that I was not hired to help put this event together and was only invited and hired to be a paid celebrity DM for the event. Unfortunately for me, I wasn't aware of the business issues that Evermore Park had and was making until after the event. So the conversions happened before this interview and I was not promoting it but stating my experience. Does he? Whatever, let's just fucking watch this.
This video, that means you understand the backstory of what is currently happening. I understand that this is my final chance to express my concerns, and I ask that you thoroughly listen to what is about to be presented.
Something tells me this isn't going to pull his butt from the fire, but let's listen, I guess.
Don't worry, I won't be as aggressive as I was in my initial video.
You mean you won't cry? Does that mean that you won't cry again? Are you going to try your best not to cry again? Is that what you're saying? That you're going to try not to cry over D&D again? That you're not even involved in? Is that you're saying that you're going to try not to cry again?
I spent more time doing research and gathering my information so I could make a proper response this time.
Instead of introspecting and reflecting on what you've been doing and your behavior. But go ahead.
If you're still here, thank you so much for choosing to hear me out. Before we begin, I do have a few housekeeping notes. Whatever opinion viewers may come away with, I ask that people remain civil toward all parties involved as situations like...
Nobody's going to brigade on your behalf, Duke. I think there was maybe one guy who was sticking up for you. And it's probably just because he felt protective because you're so small. Whatever opinion viewers may come away with, we'll just let him say it.
This can have serious effects on a person's mental health and well-being. This is a response to Crispy's Tavern video titled One Shot Questers, the Unwanted Gatekeeper of D&D.
As situations like this, so he can't even be honest about his, I guess, response or pushback or his how it's affecting him. Instead, what he is saying is, whether or not you agree with what I'm going to say, please try to remain civil to all parties, meaning himself. Meaning himself. He's saying, please no hate in the comments. As situations like this can have serious effect on a person's mental health and well-being. Fuck you! You started this. You're the one that started this. If you didn't want pushback, maybe you shouldn't have posted this video. It was public for everyone to see. You didn't have to. You didn't have to do it. And you can pull the video at any time. You can make an update. You can retract things at any time.
Video is intended to present additional research and information regarding claims made by Crispy, along with the handling of donations and the level of respect shown by the producers of MinMax, while they were not serving as on-screen.
Not the producers of MinMaxed. It is MinMaxed. It is the creators who are putting it on. They are the producers of MinMax. Stop saying that like there's some like faceless corporation who's hosting these guys. Fuck you.
Talent for the MinMax D&D Live Play series. The research presented in this video is not intended to cancel or stop the production of MinMax. This video is not a critique.
Yeah, because you asked them to do that, and they said they didn't want to work with you. You already asked that, and they made it pretty clear that it's not going to happen. You don't fucking own their channel. You don't... Jesus fucking Christ.
Critique of the entertainment itself or the talent performing on screen when it comes to the MinMax D&D Live Play games. Comments and engagement will be turned off to help prevent misinformation from spreading in the comments.
Right. Meaning that you just don't want to hear any pushback against this.
And to allow viewers to form their own opinions on the matter. This video is a response to Crispy, since most of the attacks I've been receiving as of late have come from their video, and multiple family members and friends have reached out referencing Crispy and making sure that I was doing okay.
Duke, you have no friends, and your family probably hates you. I'm guessing that it was your wife because you guys run this channel together. That's my guess. I don't have any proof to that, but that's my guess. If you had a business manager, if I'm just taking that as true, then I have to imagine that it's somebody who feels comfortable speaking as you. Only person I can think of, only person who seems to be able to tolerate you is your wife. And your daughter until she's old enough to understand how much of a piece of shit you are.
Context,
especially for throwing her under the bus, as well as throwing your wife under the bus.
I made an aggressive call-out video about MinMax, a $100,000 crowdfunded D&D Live Play project, for mishandling the donations they received. Going forward, I would like to change my phrasing to instead be showing a lack of respect to the donations received and to the supporters of...
You can't continue to say, because if you were in a court of law, and somebody was trying to say that you defamed them by using the term that they misused funds from donors, and then you said, well, no, if you check, I actually corrected myself and I changed what I was saying. No, you didn't. Holy shit. No, you're not. You're just saying, I made a mistake when I said that they misused funds. For now, instead, because of some nebulous compliance thing, I'm going to use the term, use the different term, like what did he say?
Going forward, I would like to change my phrasing to instead be showing a lack of respect.
Showing a lack of respect.
MinMax made a response video providing additional information, and Crispy's Tavern made a video that covered the situation. I believe one reason Crispy made their video about the situation was because of the conversation we had on Discord the day after I posted my initial video.
What I'm hoping is that this wasn't a very stark recommendation from a lawyer who is like, you need to change the way that you're talking about them. They will sue you, my dude. You're gonna get sued, my dude.
Which I will now show and read. Crispy starts off by saying, "Hey Duke, I'm reaching out privately because I have no desire for a public feud. I watched your video on MinMax. While I agree with some of your points, I have some major criticisms on how you handled this. You open the video with an out-of-pocket comparison about an actual charity fraud, then move on like it was nothing. I know you are vaguely responding to comments claiming you have the evidence of something with the money. Look, until the evidence is live, making comparisons like that only hurts you as the reporter. The video's tone is wildly mismatched.
It takes away your legitimacy from any claims that you could attempt to make.
With what you're talking about. I understand getting emotional, but at the end of the day, this is a D&D show that has some production issues. They aren't committing a crime here. Respectful criticism is one thing, but framing MinMax as pathetic and disrespectful is just silly. The title and thumbnail, in my opinion, are silly given what you were talking about. Unless you have more serious allegations, this framing is poor. Lastly, it is very clear that your research was hasty. There are multiple details about sellsword arts that you clearly don't know. I know you have already deleted portions of your video because you got stuff wrong. It's okay to get stuff wrong. I do that too. But 1, I own up to it in the pinned comment. 2, it is always a bad sign when the fundamentals of your research are in doubt. The video is clearly unscripted and little preparation seems to have been done. As a continuation of that point, much of your video was speculative. There is no other way to put it. Theorizing about the future failure of the show due to a bi-weekly release schedule is silly. The show has been out for a day. Making sweeping declarations about the show's prospect, either for good or ill, is irresponsible at this time. Much of your
all very reasonable claims. All very reasonable.
Argument regarding the funds hinges on speculation. I personally would not be comfortable airing a story on that kind of foundation. The criticisms that you are receiving in the comments are for good reason. I am echoing the statements of many of your supporters. I have no problem with drama, obviously. I'm a snark YouTuber and drama is my bread and butter. But I cover stories months or even years after the fact because I try to get my facts in order. You accused MinMax of rushing, but that is exactly what you did with this video. I understand that you are not a journalist, but if you're going to air a piece like this, you should act like one. Again, I agree with many of your criticisms of the show. I just think the video that you published has some things worth criticizing as well. I responded, I appreciate your feedback.
you know, I think a lot of people exhibit some qualities of narcissism, and I think that a lot of us, especially people who are in the creative space, try to pretend like we are accepting of criticism and that we let it grow us into better creators. But I also believe that the first instinct when you receive pushback against a creative work that you've done is not to actually appreciate the feedback.
Truly, I do. I do want to say that this wasn't something that was rushed. I worked on this for 6 hours yesterday, researching and getting...
6 hours. Right after the episode came out. 6 hours.
This prepared plus 2 more hours today. The way it looks is because I did this on stream, otherwise I wouldn't be able to get my points across like I would have liked to. Does it seem like I also made the same mistakes that they did with rushing because of what works best for me on...
And then he still continues to like throw shade at MinMaxed after he's getting called out for his information being wrong? Like he just wants to be a dick.
How I deliver things? Yeah, it does. And I have been owning up to that in the comments and by editing my video. And I don't know where most of my stuff is speculation. What I provided is evidence of things they have personally said in videos and in their comments. Again, I really do appreciate your words, worry, criticisms, and warnings. I wish you would also wait before sending this because there's a lot of very solid points you are making based off of the information I gave in that video. You unfortunately do not know the full story as I've been getting reached out to with more information on how they are running things behind the scenes and it's not looking good.
No, he's not. If you are not the kind of person that people want to hang out with, you can't just purport to have all these supporters and friends in high places who can give you clandestine information about somebody that you released a hit piece on. That's just a wild fucking claim. That's weird.
But I can't share
Nobody's reaching out to you.
Any of the information because I do not have permission to post it as of right now. I would also suggest looking at how they are handling answering questions within their own comment section. I understand this is just one video, but this one video is telling, and how they are responding to their own fan base's needs is also very telling. I hope you're doing well though, and 2026 is doing good for you. Crispy replies, Duke, 8 hours is nothing. The fact that you think a single afternoon of research is worthy of a full expose is not countering anything that I said. In addition, because of how...
Expose. You fucking idiot.
Poorly this initial video was handled, your viewers, and more importantly, the views of MinMax, have no reason to believe you. Who will trust that you did due diligence this time? How have you verified your source? My 2026 has been good to me. It's been good to me because viewers appreciate due diligence and proper journalism. I hope you understand that before you put out your next video. And the last comment comes from me saying, I'm sorry you feel that way. I unfortunately will have to step away from communication for a bit because this is the type of experiences I would face and the reason I would be scared to speak.
Do you see how he puts everything on himself and he plays the victim? I bet you he does that with his wife. I bet you they probably do that to each other.
Out for 6 years. I'm sorry the way I presented my information wasn't to your standards and how you would have liked my content to be presented. I'm still open to your criticism and feedback, and I will take your words when I need to use them. Wish you the best in everything.
When I need to use them. Interesting that he doesn't actually ever say sorry about the things that he did. He says, I'm sorry you feel that way. Very caring of him.
I'm still open to your criticism and feedback, and I will take your words when I need to use them. Wish you the best in everything. A day later, on March 4th, MinMax posted their response video to me, and Crispy then...
To end religion, atheism is a logical fallacy that assumes God is the religious idea of the creator to the creation. To conclude wrongly, no creator exists because a particular idea of God doesn't exist. Michelangelo, I don't know where you think you are right now. We're talking about Duke, not God. And that's not what atheism is.
And posted their video covering the situation on March 6th. Just for clarification, Sellsword Arts is the one producing MinMax, and starting right now, I will be addressing them as the producers moving forward. So with that being...
You don't have to do that, though. Like, that's like this guy I used to work with at a butcher shop. Right after I graduated culinary school, he came in. He was brand new. He came into the butcher shop, and he was talking about his history being a chef. And I was like, oh, cool. I just ended, finished school, chef school. What's your experience like? And so he just would make things up, just make up the wildest stuff. Kind of like this guy, very narcissistic, very appealing to whoever he thought was the bigger authority on something, very coattail righty. I've learned to spot this personality type over the years. Most definitely. I've encountered it quite often. But this guy was maybe in his 40s, maybe mid 40s. And he was talking about how he was a Michelin star chef. But when I would probe him on it, he would be talking about how he was a pastry chef. And I was like, oh, okay, a pastry chef. Okay, where did you cook? And he just made up restaurant names. He made them up. I was like, because I had worked at over, I know this sounds like a ridiculous number. I'd worked at hundreds of restaurants in my local area at the time. It was a goal of mine. I challenged myself and I succeeded. But whatever. The point is, he was just a pastry chef. And so he kept referring to everybody, like all the customers and his past customers. Like he referred to customers as clients. We were at a butcher counter. He kept calling them clients. I'm like, they're not going to be that formal with you. You don't need to be that formal with them. And he wouldn't listen to me because he thought that he was better than me because I had just graduated chef school or whatever. Like, we're working at a butcher counter. None of this plays into that. Like, that's not how our dynamic is supposed to form.
Said,
What a weirdo.
Crispy's video and presents research that I found and only cover the topics I feel like are necessary in regards to min-max in this video. And if you are interested, I will provide additional information about points Crispy made that I didn't cover at the end of this video. So the first thing we will be discussing is when Crispy brings up the tech. I'm glad Crispy brought up the tech portion because there were some interesting things that I found when it came to the tech that was bought to produce min-max. And I'm glad Crispy did his due diligence with doing his research on the audio, but surprised they said nothing about the lighting, and I'll address that a little later. First off, let's talk about the tablets.
This one is about the tech. Duke is really upset they spent so much money on tech to record this show that needs tech to function. Again, doesn't really make much sense. He wants to show you the higher quality, but also cheaper, especially in this field. Duke also goes on a long rant about the tablets.
In this video of the breakdown, they said they were going to be able to look at the tab, like us as viewers, we were going to be able to see the tablets in real time. We were going to be able to see the players work with these tablets in real time. You didn't see any of that.
Duke, the tablet view that you're saying doesn't exist, the tablet view that wasn't implemented, can we rewind back to when Duke was complaining about the camera zoom? Yeah, you see that giant screen right there? That's the tablet view, you idiot.
My issue with the tablets was something that min-max actually addressed in their response video.
One of the issues we had is we wanted to be able to do a live feed of the character sheet to the project, but that didn't
Crispy
work out.
admits to this being a mistake that they made.
His current budget video was that they were actually
those $70 if you want them to be long enough. Finally, he wants an 8-input audio interface. To get a decent one, you have to go to Tascam. Even used, those things cost almost $400. We're well past Duke's arbitrary $900 budget, but screw it. Let's just dig this hole deeper, because Duke also wants 7 boom arms. Okay, at their cheapest, boom arms are $20. We're already past the budget, so we might as well go all out. If you want a decent boom arm that doesn't creak and drive you insane, that's $100 each. So, yeah, Duke. Because, yeah, miking up 7 people is expensive. I'm impressed that they were able to do this at all on a budget of $1,400.
The issue that Crispy made is that they started to suggest getting $20 mic arms and instead said,
let's just dig this hole deeper,
and suggested $100 mic arms since my budget wasn't going to surpass min-max's final audio cost. If the $20 mic arms are that big of a concern to you, then here are those $20 mic arms that are holding up my lights and being used filming while using a Rode pod mic as seen here, which I've had no issues with these arms. If Crispy chose to do the $20 mic arms for his version of my budget, then the total cost would have been $1,210, which is still under the price that min-max spent on their audio equipment. Also, here is a picture of what my audio tech suggestion is, and as you can see, creating a whole setup is cheaper than min-max buying 4 microphones. Oh, sorry, Crispy, you probably didn't know that based off of how you presented your video, so if you thought buying 7 pod mics for $700 is an issue, then I should probably warn you that min-max spent $1,438 on 4 mics. And again, it is important to know that they did end up returning those microphones.
We were able to return those microphones and reinvest that money into season 2.
Although there is no proof of it provided. But thankfully, we got to know what mics were bought thanks to a behind-the-scenes video that was released, and it shows us that the mics were BLX 188 CVLs. And this is the only way anyone could have known what mics were bought. And I should warn you that min-max is also using XLR cables, so I guess by your standards, you're also calling min-max's audio setup a nightmare. But here's the thing, Crispy, you are 100% right that I don't know what I'm talking about, because what I provided was a setup that is perfect for a live stream D&D game, but not for a pre-recorded D&D game. The issue with both min-max and I's audio mixer is that it takes everyone's audio and puts it into a single stereo output, meaning if you record from the mixer, everyone's voice is trapped into one audio file.
Again, this is do-si-dos. Like, this is all shit that they can adjust in real time. Like, there's no reason for him to be griping over this. Still,
which can be a problem for post-production if people are having mic issues. Since this was a pre-recorded live play, let me show you what the producers use for audio equipment on their own channel.
Should you do acrobatics in a sword fight?
You can see they're using DJI wireless lav microphones, which would actually be perfect for this group since it delivers good audio quality, holds to a person well if you're moving and flipping around, and is a piece of equipment that the producers are already familiar with. And the best part about this is if they went with the DJI Mic 3 and bought 7 of them, it would have been $751 after tax, making it cheaper.
Did you not fucking understand when they said that they used a lot of their existing equipment? Are you stupid? Are you fucking dumb?
than mine, yours, and their setup, plus the DJI Mic 3s record internally, which means everyone would get their own separate audio output. And then you take all of the separate audio files and you put them into an audio editor like Reaper, and you apply a gate to each single one of those audio files saying, hey, do not play this audio until it goes past this level. And then you apply a half a second look ahead and a fade in that tells the program, okay, we're gonna play the clip a half a second sooner before it hits that level. And with that fade in, it then
again, I don't understand. He's doubling down on his concerns. Nobody's talking about how much you know in relation to how much they know. People have seen you demonstrate that you don't know fuck all about what you're talking about, and I think that you are just demonstrating that in your own videos. Like, nobody's concerned with why you said these very specific things about your setup.
Produces someone's voice very naturally. And the same thing happens with a close gate, where if you tell it to close a half a second later after the voice is done speaking at that level and fades out, you now have a clean fade in and fade out of someone's voice.
I don't know why he's so passionately describing how gates work. But he also doesn't seem to be a sound guy either.
It just sounds naturally with no hard cuts, and then you just export all of the audio files separately. You sync them all together into your video editor, and then you only have to do minor cleanup with the audio. Listen, I love editing audio. It makes me so.
Didn't he say he wasn't going to crash out again? I'm pretty sure that's what he said.
Happy and gives me so much serotonin. Okay, Crispy. Let's move on to the lighting. Now, I know you didn't touch on this, but it does fall under the tech category, and I'm honestly surprised you didn't talk about this since you do state that you're a proper journalist. It might be good for you to know the lights that producers bought.
What a little jab at Crispy? Like, dude. I thought you called yourself a journalist, and you didn't even cover the lighting. God damn, dude.
Come close to the price they said they paid for, which was $1,376.
We bought 4 lights for the players so you can see our faces.
All of the lights that you see above that are casting light into the room were provided by Celsius. We already own those. We didn't spend any money on that.
If we look at the behind-the-scenes video, the lights used to light the players' faces are 3 Elgato LED key lights for $180 per unit, and 1 Elgato Key Light Neo, which is around $75 per unit. And if you would have totaled all of that up, you would have seen that the final cost only comes to $650 after tax, which doesn't make sense if the producers are saying,
we bought 4 lights for the players so you can see our faces.
This is huge, and choosing not to look into it made you miss $1,348 of donations that none of us.
$1,000. So the total of misappropriated funds keeps shifting. It keeps changing from 1 minute to the next. Isn't that strange? It's almost like it's really inconsistent and almost like not very well researched.
The producers know where it's at. And if you're confused on how I even got to that number of unknown funds, it's because the producers also say,
in fact, MinMax didn't spend any money on camera equipment. We were able to return the stuff that we had bought.
We were able to return those microphones and reinvest that money into season 2. We returned $3,000 what MinMax spent on equipment that didn't end up working.
Again,
the only equipment that was returned was the audio and the camera equipment, which only totals to $2,363. Meaning, on top of the unknown $711 from the lights, there is an additional $637 of unknown funds in regards to returned equipment.
Again, I don't know who needs to hear this, but you do not have to disclose what you're using money for. If it is donated to you, if somebody gives it to you, it is your money. You do whatever the fuck you want with it. You don't have to tell anyone anything. It is none of their business. If Sellsword Arts or any of the MinMax people somehow were ever to see this, I would just want to say the same thing to them. There's no reason for you to be so transparent, and it only adds to your trustworthiness and your respectability to be so transparent thus far and to be so fucking graceful with this ass hat.
Promised and stated multiple times that they were going to be fully transparent with the budget.
We're going to have a full, transparent public accounting of how we're using that money.
Promised you a total transparent budgeting of MinMax. He did a budgeting video that was very transparent. In fact, most of the information that he gets comes from our budget.
Yep.
Video because we're trying to be transparent about where we're putting the money.
And when a difference in pricing like this appears where the actual price is less than half of what they...
This is just... You're just guessing. You don't actually have any of this information in front of you. You haven't done the research. You don't confirm any of this stuff. There's no reason for you to even be using this as a talking point in response to a video that's calling you out for your inaccuracies. Like, holy shit. gain some self-awareness.
Claim to have spent, it prompts questions and highlights the need for proof of what was actually spent. And by how you present yourself in your own video on how you didn't take what I said seriously on screen or not believing anything I showed on screen to be true since I presented everything on a PowerPoint.
Also, please don't miss the fact that that little clip exposes that all of the time and research Duke put into this video went into a freaking PowerPoint presentation. I mean, I prepare a whole media package filled with receipts that I gather over the course of days, weeks, sometimes even months. I have thousands of words written in a script and notes ready to go, so I'm ready to present this information in a consumable way. I could have just been making a PowerPoint presentation the whole time and like winging it. I'm missing out.
Then I guess that means you don't believe what MinMax showed in their fully transparent budget videos, since what they presented was also on a PowerPoint.
No, because they don't. That's what you're saying is invalid. This is not a good point. Because you don't have to be transparent. They are choosing to be transparent. This is not a situation where you are somehow being denied some right that everybody else has. You are trying to impose yourself onto others. That is fucking insane. Very Christian of you, by the way. That is fucking insane, Duke. I don't know how you rationalized your way into thinking that this is proper behavior, but it is not. It's insane. It is unhinged. You seriously need to go get some therapy.
And I understand how hard it can be to believe me, especially if this is what people saw me say in the producer's response video about the lighting setup.
Another thing that's brought up is the lighting setup we had.
They also showed off the lighting. They said they spent $1,300 on lighting. It would have cost them $1,000. I'm upset at this compared to what my thing is.
So actually, the recommendation that he makes in the video is the one that we did. I don't really understand the discrepancy about how much money that should have been. That's the price of the equipment.
Yeah, I'll admit, if you hear what I'm saying, it sounds like I'm angry and jealous, and I'm just trying to find everything wrong with what they did at this point.
It really should have just stopped. It really should have just stopped at a lot of the things that he's been saying. I was angry and jealous. It really should have just stopped there. You should have just stopped at angry and jealous. You were angry and you were jealous. And there you go. That should be it. You really should have just said that and moved on. Instead, what we have is this. You promised that you would be less emotional in this one. I don't know what happened to that, but you promised. This doesn't seem less emotional to me. Seems about the same level. About the same level of emotion.
And just trying to prove that I could have done a better job. And I was actually shocked to hear that they did what I suggested in terms of lighting. I was shocked because I never go into full detail on how to set up the lighting. And you would have known that too, since you state in your video multiple times that you watched my video.
My God, dude. You're just pushing back on the wrong points. Like nobody gives a shit about whether or not you go into detail in the lighting. You're suggesting they misappropriated funds. That's your whole issue. That's your whole thing, is that they misused funds that people donated. That's your whole fucking thing. And it's wrong. Just right off the bat there, it's just fucking wrong. And you just can't seem to understand that you were wrong. And so now you feel like you have to justify all the claims you made by just making wilder claims.
Well, I checked out what he said. You see, when I watch Duke's videos, if you watch Duke's original video, when he published his video, I watched it within hours.
And since you did, you would have noticed that the producers edited that clip to make me sound like I was angry at them for not doing it my way. And seeing the single frames...
The producers? You mean Cell Sword Arts and MinMax? Stop saying the producers. That's fucking weird, dude.
Left in where the cuts happen.
It's meant to specifically dehumanize them so that he can feel more comfortable being a dick.
They were piecing and altering my words together. But I understand that you do your due diligence and proper journalism when it comes to this stuff, so I understand.
See, just sarcastic. Just like such a snarky fucking catty pettiness. But you're a journalist and you put everything together and That's exactly what he's acting like. He's acting like a spoiled little fucking baby.
And if you can't take my word for it and need the proper evidence. So going off of the advice you gave me in our Discord conversation, I'm going to take that advice and use it now to show you a comparison between MinMax's video and my original video in regards to the lighting setup. They also showed off the lighting. They said they spent $1,300 on lighting. It would have cost them $1,000. I'm upset at this compared to what my thing is. They also showed off the lighting. They said they spent $1,300.
He also turned off the like and dislike ratio buttons, which is just a coward move.
On lighting. I saw the lighting and some of the lights I use in my own studio. Some of the lights that I used at live shows. And guess what? They could have used 4 LED aperture lights, and if they would have just lit them in a correct way, and maybe got 2 C-stands if they wanted to, it would have cost them $1,000. They ended up going a different route and spending an extra $376. I have made decisions like this. I have bought things being like, I think I need this, blah, blah, blah. I end up buying it, realizing that I never really needed it in the first place. And the
Then where's the problem here? It's because it was donor money? You didn't even fucking contribute, dude.
difference between why I'm upset at this compared to what my thing is because majority of the time, all of that fund came out of my own pocket.
Majority of the time, all of those funds, well, he said that fund. I don't know why he insists on speaking incorrectly.
Paid for. They used not their own money. They used fan support for all of this. And again, that is why I'm upset. And now a question for you, Crispy, since you posted your video regarding the situation, and by our conversation, it sounds like you only post these videos when you have all of the facts straight. So can you share with me on why MinMax purposely edited out the main reason I was upset and instead...
As if they had the intention of trying to make you look worse than you already do? They don't need to do that. Your video speaks for itself.
Made it look like I was mad at them for not doing things my way? I'm just curious.
That's the tone of the entire video. That you're mad at them for not doing things your way and not inviting you.
I would really like to know. Let's move on to what Crispy has to say about the producers holding back $47,000 worth of funds for future seasons.
If you need more context as to what he's talking about, Duke is upset because they raised $100 grand, but they really only needed like $20,000 in order to make the first season happen. So after paying for taxes and paying for fees, they took the rest of the money and saved it for future seasons, which I think is really smart. Duke disagrees. See, he accuses MinMax of holding this money in suspicious manner because what if season 2 doesn't happen? Season 2 is just a what if. What if your show fails? Then what are you gonna do with the money? You gonna run away with it to Colombia or something? No, Duke. You got it completely backwards.
Number one, we didn't want to throw all of this money at season 1. We can't tell a good enough story in that amount of time.
By holding back the money that we did, we guarantee future seasons. And I know in
Yep.
the video he kind of claims that it's only if season 1 does well, but that's not the case. We held it back in case season 1 doesn't do well. We are guaranteed another season, and I think another season after that.
Yeah.
Seems pretty cut and dry, dude.
For anyone with more than 2 brain cells bouncing around their head, that would be obvious.
As someone who is the proud owner of having 2 brain cells, I used one brain cell to understand their reasoning by saving the money for future seasons, and I used the other brain cell to ask the question on, what if season 1 doesn't do well? That question has not been addressed by the...
It's doing just fine. You could have seen in the 24 hours that you waited to post your video that they're doing just fine.
Producers, and as a possible...
They've already locked in funding for another season. That's how well they're doing.
outcome, because what does happen to $47,000 of donations? You even showed it in your clip when they say...
But that's not the case. We held it back in case season 1 doesn't do well. We are guaranteed another season, and I think another season after that.
There is no guarantee that future seasons will happen, and they even...
That's just you saying, nuh-uh, because you know better? With your this much proof of a body of work that you've got posted on your social media platform?
Stated in their budget video.
And that means we're hoping that, I mean, the money we've got here at least like 2 more seasons. For sure. Goes wide. Automatically get 3 seasons. Assuming because one takes place. Yeah. But,
probably not.
Okay, fine. But maybe more.
And they even proved to their own audience that because some of their own guarantees to the audience didn't even happen. And I will get into that when Crispy brings up those topics. At this point, it seems they look at seasons being guaranteed only because they have the money rather than the fan support.
Yeah, you you post the thing and then you wait for the fan support, and they still have an entire viewer base for their other things that they do, like they're creators, and they have people who support them clearly enough to like make this production work. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? Do you not know how YouTube works?
To give an example on how future seasons are determined, what happens if a TV series doesn't perform well in their first season? It's usually canceled because they're...
Nope. That tends not to happen with most shows. Most shows are renewed for at least 3 seasons. People, and this is the Netflix method, is to sign on a series for 3 seasons. If it doesn't work after 3 seasons, they axe the show. Now, this has happened to too many good shows, but that's how it works. There's no... I don't know what the fuck he's trying to say about actual like TV productions, but he's wrong. If this first season doesn't do well, we're axing the show. No, you paid like how many millions of dollars to put the show on? You're not just gonna scrap it. If this man ever uploads again, I'm forgetting. Okay, well, you don't advertise that.
Weren't enough people watching and supporting it. And even though the TV series might have had the funding for future seasons, it doesn't change the fact that the demand isn't there. So, like you...
There's also many cases where television shows would continue because they had the funding without the viewer support. Plenty of cases where that would happen. It's like if a producer or a studio exec wants a show to stay on the air, it's going to stay on the air. Come on.
Stated in your own video.
But the point is that it's so early to be making any sort of judgment calls for success or for failure.
I think it's perfectly fine at this point for donors to ask how their money will be spent for future seasons and what will happen to them.
No, because that's none of their business. It's none of your business. It's none of their business. You are not owed an explanation as to why the money went to the things it did. You're not. Plain and simple. You are not important enough.
Their money if season 1 doesn't do well, since these are both possible outcomes. And again, let me state that this is $47,000 of people's hard-earned money on the line here, and they kind of only know the answer to one of those questions. The next segment Crispy goes over is how the producers
That they are guaranteed further seasons. I think that's pretty important. That's a pretty important point.
handled the GoFundMe when it was live. And Crispy, thank you once again for telling me that I needed to take more time with my research, because what I uncovered clarifies misinformation being spread by fans, min-maxed, and yourself. So let's listen to what you have to say.
Another bit of context that they added, though they really didn't have to, considering, I mean, I was there for the GoFundMe. I saw this happen. They add the context that they turned off the donation button. Once again, they did not want $100,000.
Jesus
but
Christ,
that's what they got,
dude.
so they may as well use it. Duke.
So now he's going to raise the point where he's still mad over the fact that their project got support and whatever he's working on didn't. That's it. That's all this is.
He's really upset about this. Like, he ranted about it in comment after comment, and even pinned a comment talking about how they dared to keep the donation button open for 4 whole days. Duke, it was a holiday weekend. They were, like, spending time with their family.
I do appreciate you bringing up that the producers were with their families, but what I'm confused about is why you didn't show your audience the clip of them stating that. There's a phrase they use that makes their entire statement untrue, as well as the statements you just made. So just so your audience still receives the facts on what you state you get for them, here's what the producer...
Here's one thing they said that completely disproves what what they said and what you said. Okay.
said about handling the GoFundMe.
One of the things he says in the comments that we should end the GoFundMe sooner because we blew our budget out of the water. And it was live for less than a week. We ended it while we were away at Thanksgiving with our families.
We set this thing up, and we originally had a goal of 10K just to buy plane tickets, and then we modified the goal to 20 when we saw we might hit that, and then we kind of didn't look at it, and it exploded, and we actually ended it, I think, within 4 days because we didn't want a ballooning budget.
They state they kinda didn't look at it. Now, I'm gonna go off of a creator standpoint here, so bear with me. If they state that they saw they were about to...
So he's about to wildly speculate while having zero proof of what the thing that he's about to say.
Raised $10,000 and then proceeded to raise the goal to $20,000 for a project that a creator would be passionate about making, it would be very weird for a creator to not monitor it, especially if comments state that $5,000 was reached in less than an hour, $20,000 in 3 hours, and $25,000 in just 4 hours. Again, as a creator, if there was money coming in that fast into a project that I was passionate about, I know I wouldn't just forget to look at it, but instead be monitoring it, which is what the producers did. And I know they did because other talent are part of MinMax and the producers themselves posting these videos. So that's...
So... is that it's a bad thing that the people that did this got funded more than they were intended and didn't shut off donations when they didn't have to? They could have kept going for stretch goals and things like that. Why would you criticize that? They said they just wanted to keep it sort of low budget, and once it got up to, like, I don't know, $100,000 or 72 or whatever, then they could have been like, oh shit, like, whoa, we haven't checked this in a couple of days. And honestly, are you really gonna post such an L that you somehow have all this time while you're supposed to be spending time with your family to just hit refresh on your crowdsourcing page to check it? That's not I don't know that that's an admission that you want to make. Does looking at the Kickstarter money make money come faster? I guess. That's what it seems like he was saying.
Pretty crazy. Hey, you guys rock. And on this Thanksgiving Day, I just want to say how thankful I am for all of you. That is extraordinary. We are working on some stretch goals and some extra things. Stay tuned.
Yeah.
We got a meeting coming.
Exactly. This is exactly what I'm saying.
Up next week, where we're going to be going over
completely reasonable.
And exactly what we're going to put some of that money towards.
Is wild. And I am super grateful. We've all been completely overwhelmed by how much support there's been for this game. We are putting together a meeting as soon as possible so that we can discuss what to do.
So we did a thing.
And then you guys did a lot of things.
And now we get to do a lot of cool things.
We are blown away by the support we've seen in the last few days.
We were all scattered for the holidays, and we didn't really...
So, I mean, I don't know about you guys, but I don't need to set up my green screen, all my lighting, get all my costume work together. I don't need to do any of that stuff to post like a 30-second TikTok saying thanks for all the donations. Now, accusing them of purposefully not shutting off the donation button, because why? Why do they need to? Why should they? They turned it off eventually, right? Within 4 days. Why does it matter when they did or didn't do it? Why is that? That's not what people are upset at you about, Duke. People are upset that you're being a dick because you're jealous and you're angry for no reason at people that you have no relation to or association with over an event that you didn't even contribute to during the crowdfunding phase at all, at any point. And the first thing that happens when they release this is you decide to make a hit piece. That's fucking unhinged, dude.
Expect to have to make a response until we got back, but the response has been so overwhelming we needed to make a video. We're gonna let the funders go to the end of the day so Ben can post his video, but we are gonna be closing it tonight at midnight. Hey guys, welcome to Min-Max. Not this. This is my childhood home because I'm with my family celebrating Thanksgiving. We didn't think we were gonna have to make an announcement this quick, but you guys blew the fundraiser so far out of the water, I thought—
Right. So a little blurb right there in his childhood home where he's just recording a quick thank you. This is not them going and wringing their hands and going like, oh, I can't wait until we hit 100,000. Yes, we've hit 100,000. Ha 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 ha.
that I needed to say something, and that thing I wanted to say is thank you. And we decided to launch our Kickstarter to get it all going, and you guys absolutely blew it out of the water. It was insane. Within a day, we'd hit our goal, and we doubled, tripled, quadrupled that goal, and now this isn't just a tiny little D&D project anymore.
Good job.
This is going to be epic.
Good job.
As shown by the evidence, there was communication happening between Talent as early as November 27th, 2 days after the launch of the GoFundMe. Talent stated that there were talks about planning a meeting, and I don't think a meeting can be planned.
Why don't you say people's names? Why are you just so bent on dehumanizing everybody? So weird.
Without the producers a part of that conversation. And yes, they probably couldn't pause the GoFundMe because like what they and you state.
We ended it while we were away at Thanksgiving with our families.
It was a holiday weekend. They were like spending time with their family.
That logic is flawed because if they didn't have the time to pause the GoFundMe because they were with their families, how did the producers find the time to make and post a short form video and an edited long form video thanking their audience at least 7 hours before the GoFundMe officially closed? And in those same videos, another claim.
He even said when he said that they wanted to close the donations in that video. If you watched the video that you are using as evidence, he even said we're going to close donations at midnight. They were clearly handling it. Where's your issue?
Is also flawed.
They add the context that they turned off the donation button. Once again, they did not want $100,000.
If the producers truly didn't want $100,000, they would have closed the GoFundMe when they posted their thank you video displaying $88,000. Instead, they left it open and ran another advertisement. To me,
right. Because they said they were going to go for stretch goals. And then when it went up another $20,000, they were like, oh, okay. Where's the issue here?
that doesn't sound like a creator who you claim doesn't want $100,000. The number one thing—
Jesus Christ, dude. You're so upset over the wrong things. People aren't saying anything about any of this nuance. They're saying that you fucking suck because you fucking suck. That's what they're saying. And it's true, and you keep doubling down.
I saw written in my own comments on my initial video was that they closed the GoFundMe in 24 hours and they urged people to donate to charity instead. Since many took what other comments were saying as fact instead of doing their own research, this misinformation began to spread like wildfire, and that is the reason why I turned off comments on this video to help stop the spread of even—
That's not why he disabled comments on this video. That's not why at all. He didn't do that. He did that because he's an insecure little piece of shit, and he just wants to not have his ego destroyed. Because that is exactly what's going to happen if he had ever turned on comments. Little cowardly piece of shit.
More misinformation. And I would like to say that there was misinformation being spread about me, painting me in a better picture and supporting me in the comments, and I don't even want that misinformation going out because that's not true. So
Nah.
To set the facts straight about the GoFundMe was open for 4 days, and there is no evidence of the producers saying to donate to charity. Although, there is proof of one of the on-screen talent of Min-Max who did say to stop donating to the GoFundMe and to donate to charity instead.
But in the meantime, please stop. This is more than we need. And there are so many charitable causes out there, so if you really want to donate some money, go donate to a good cause. We're good. Thank you.
So, after taking your advice and doing my due diligence within my own research, Crispy, can I ask you if you still agree with your statement about how the producers handled the GoFundMe? Now, if you thought the—
Yes. I'm sure Crispy still stands by their statement.
GoFundMe was a headache. Wait till we talk about the lack of live action in the Min-Max D&D live play. This is what—
Is he going to cry again? He might cry again in this.
Crispy had to say about it.
He harped on about another thing that was promised in the GoFundMe, that these martial arts creators would film live action fight scenes for the camera. Now, I bought into this. I mean, I assumed that kind of thing was going to happen because these people all do fight choreography stuff, so, it makes sense they create these moves in real life. But obviously there was a massive snowstorm, so I completely understood why those scenes weren't going to be present.
Oh yeah, no, he I think he's gonna keep doubling down.
For season 1. However, in the Min-Max response video, they explained that that's not true. They never promised live action scenes at all.
It could be disappointing.
It's important to note that that's not one of the promises that we made because we knew we couldn't deliver that in season 1.
Oh my god, I thought I was a smart guy, but yeah, no, Duke got me. You gaslighted me wholly and fully, my guy. Congratulations. Yeah, this promise was never made, though they are promising to do it for season 2, something that Duke was, once again, very, very upset about.
Okay, Crispy, I am so happy you made the same mistake that I and many others did. Because yes, they never verbally stated that there would be live action, but it does seem like there were plans to do it up to the day of filming.
And we fully intended to use the type of microphone we had because we thought we were going to be getting up more.
And then over here, we have the soundboard
Getting up more does not mean doing fight choreography.
that connects all of their lapel microphones together to record everyone's voice at the same time, but still allow those yahoos to get up and walk around and do their acrobatics and whatnot and still be able to hear them.
So
Yeah, there's many people involved in a whole chain of events between like communication with the tech guys, communication with the producers, and with talent, and like some stuff can get telephoned. It's not that weird. They may have been saying, oh yeah, they can still go and do their acrobatics, when maybe they didn't have any intention of doing that. That's okay.
they bought these mics for a certain reason, and we already know in the response video that it wasn't for getting up and moving minis and terrain around, because that's something they state that wasn't possible for season 1.
Yeah, but you can still get up and move around. There's still reasons to get up and do things.
Minis or terrain.
And logistically, that just wasn't possible for season 1.
They bought the mics as well, so the tech guy can still hear them when they do their acrobatics. But they're saying that they never promised live action because they couldn't deliver it. So
yep, right. The tech guy could have initially heard what their plans were, and thought, yeah, okay, that's fine, and then they just didn't end up doing those plans.
Why get those mics,
Where's
and
the
why would
problem?
the tech guy say that? I don't know. I'm confused. But Crispy, you are...
Yeah. You seem real confused, my dude. And you're probably going to get sued.
right that they did promise they would do live action scenes in season 2. But I'm shocked you stopped the clip there, because if you kept going for a minute and 30 seconds longer, the producers state that they will. And then they won't. And then they won't. But still have live action scenes in season 2? I just watch the clip.
It's important to note that that's not one of the promises that we made because we knew we couldn't deliver that in season 1.
But we are working on it for season 2. We've already talked about how we want to go back and do the highlights of this campaign now that we have the whole thing, and we'll have a little bit more time to production next season. Also, we're trying to incorporate more physicality into the DnD when it's not freezing the studio. And I know that's not much compensation if you were really expecting it in this season, but
It sounds like they're going to go back to the highlights and add it in. They're going to film some highlights to add back into like a season 1 highlight reel or a re-upload or whatever.
we're hoping the small in-between things we've been doing will make up for that.
And even this isn't us promising we'll do more of it in future seasons. We want to try, but we don't know if it's even possible.
Yeah. They said they're going to try. They really want to. They plan on it. But it's not a promise. It's never guaranteed. So I don't know.
And even after saying all of that, if you look at their Q&A pin comment on episode 1 at the time of recording this on Monday, March 16th, 2026, it still states that there will be some live action for future seasons. This pin comment was...
We will, but it's not a guarantee. How do you have so much trouble understanding that? We will have it. We will do it. We plan on it. But it may not happen. If there's an ice storm, if there's an electrical issue, if we can't get the choreography done on time, we just may not be able to do it. But we really want to try. We're really going to. You have such problems over like single words that it blows my mind that your grammar's so terrible in your written comments.
It's made before the producer's response video, and it was also edited after the response video. So if they're stating they aren't promising live action, then they should have went back to change the pin comment, but they haven't yet. So that just leaves questions, especially when the producers say this right after stating they aren't promising live action.
This campaign is...
Well, I mean, it doesn't really leave that many questions. They were transparent about how they were spending the money, and then they put out a production, thus fulfilling their obligations. What else is there?
evolving as it goes, and we're being careful about what we can and can't promise, but we really want you to know that we love what we're doing and we want to make it better, and we're going to do everything that we can to do that.
We honestly do not know if live action will even happen because the producers can't make up their mind.
Nope. They were pretty clear about it. They're going to do their best to make it happen, but in this world, there just are no guarantees. They just don't know if they don't want to promise something if they're not 100% sure that they can deliver it. That's pretty respectable. Again, I don't know what your problem with that is.
And honestly, I don't blame you for being confused about this. Now, the question to ask is what led people to assume that there was going to be live action scenes within the Min-Max D&D live play, besides all of these people being martial artists and, handling their weapons and whatnot? Well, it could be what Min-Max was posting and what the viewers saw leading up to the debut of episode 1 of Min-Max.
And asked.
So marketing stuff? So marketing materials led you to have a misconception about what was being promised. Okay.
And asked.
Would you guys play D&D together?
And we decided that would be a great idea.
As long as I don't need to play a bard.
But we think playing normal D&D would be boring. And we know you want to see us as D&D characters. So we're going to play ourselves.
Trying to roll for stats. Roll number 2.
Just like last time, I'm going to stack an ice block on top of my target stand. I'm going to set...
So far, it sounds like they're going to be wearing like costumes and maybe acting as if they are these characters. That's what I'm gathering.
A D6 on top of that, smash the entire thing with my giant metal D20, and what it rolls is what I get. Nice! Okay.
Rapier and Dagger is one of those popular combos because you can defend and attack at the same time. And before you say it's not possible, I'm fighting, off and throw. Fencing, swashing my buckles, and knife. Fencing, swashing my buckles, knife.
I would want to use this sort of whip because it's small enough, short enough, that I can still use it quick.
What is evidence in here? Where's the evidence of anything you're claiming right now?
And feel like I'm not leaving myself open with big swing emotions. Dent in the bottom of the can.
They probably won't
See, whips suck! Whips fucking suck!
shock you to hear that I really like archery. But while I can do a fair amount in real life, or fast, agile warrior monks, launching volleys on the fly, following them up with rapid close quarters strikes, and then dodging back out of danger before making the next shot.
After witnessing all of that, the audience...
I mean, that sounds pretty cool. It's pretty hyped. I like it. I got chills watching that. So I think, effect achieved.
Is finally introduced to a 2-hour, normal, but entertaining D&D live play. Hi, Editing Duke here, man. I just gotta give credit where credit is due. I'm editing the part where they're showcasing their skills and their weapon techniques into applying how to create a D&D character. And man, all of the stuff they're doing is so cool. I hope people get to see more of that, because
So do you think maybe that you need to retract or maybe amend some of the statements that you made? Because it looks like they're doing a lot of hard work behind the scenes to make this thing as exciting as possible.
it really is so cool. I also want to point out that we need to ask that same question in regards to the production of Min-Max, since the two biggest critiques were the lack of live action and the final product of Min-Max. So to ask the question, what led people to assume that the final product of Min-Max was going to be of a higher quality? Again, it could be...
No, you assumed that. Feels disingenuous, yeah. Slightly, doesn't it?
What was being said about what to expect from Min-Max.
We want to do some really cool things, like build a set.
And have a cool video setup with cool angles and stuff.
We're so grateful for the support and trust that the community has put into us, and we are going to make something really cool.
All the money you guys donated to the project will go back into the project to make it as awesome as it can possibly be.
And now, this isn't just a tiny...
Yeah, and they're doing all that.
D&D project anymore. This is going to be epic. But now, because of you, we're really going to be able to make this campaign come to life. We've got a team that's going to help us record, edit, and produce this at a high quality. We've got artists who are going to come and help bring this world to life. We've got set designers who are going to make it so it's immersive and fun.
We are back in the studios after the holidays, and we are hard at work to make this the most epic collaboration we've ever done.
It's going to be so cool. So we're partnering with Dark Hour, Still Be Studios, to do the set.
All of this is fine. I don't know where the issue is.
Like the gaming table,
which is super cool.
Looks really cool.
I don't know if we have an awesome tech person that Megan knows that's going to come in and handle the tech during the show. So we decided that we wanted to do D&D Beyond on the tablets because we'll be able to look at people's tablets in real time, and the tech guy is going to be able to do all that. It's going to be really cool.
And even after saying all of that...
Do you see? Holy shit, I think we might have cracked the case. Listen to this line.
Tech during the show. So we decided that we wanted to do D&D Beyond on the tablets because
D&D Beyond. That's the smoking gun. It's fucking D&D Beyond. He wanted a big juicy partnership deal with D&D Beyond, and he knows that an actual play is going to be able to snake a contract from him hands down, immediately, easy, like no chance. And that's what's pissing him off so much. That's what made him so angry that he has to make a hit piece. He had to make basically borderline make accusations saying that they're misappropriating funds, all because he was denied this business opportunity. I think we've discovered the crux of his entire thing, his entire history, his entire catalog of issues and concerns that he expresses towards MinMax, towards all of this bullshit, is all based on his jealousy and his anger that these guys are probably going to get offered a partnership with D&D Beyond before he will. All because his content fucking sucks.
we'll be able to look at people's tablets in real time, and the tech guy is going to be able to do all that. It's going to be really cool.
And even after saying all of that, in the
There it
response
is.
video, the producers say this.
I want to talk a
There
little
it
bit about
is.
budget and the expectations.
It seems like he was expecting.
He's so mad at these people that he cannot even refer to them by their names.
A professional D&D production level quality.
Yeah, we're not going to be able to pull off the Crit Roll Season 3 production level with the experience we have and the budget that we have.
And we weren't going to try.
No, we were trying to do what we said we were going to do. Bring all of our people together and create a cool game and try and make it multiple seasons. Look, I can really understand. If somebody was expecting a Crit Roll level of production, if you see $100,000 and you think that can make a lot of stuff, if you have these expectations and you get something you weren't expecting, it can be a big downer. And I really feel for you if you were expecting something, you donated it, and you didn't get what you want. I'm sorry that we couldn't give you that. We really, really are.
We really need to reiterate that unlike these production big D&D games, this is none of our full-time jobs.
And that brings me to my point of the producers not showing respect to the donors, their funds, or even the viewers supporting MinMaxed. Because what they said and showed to their fan base, it did mislead fans to expect one thing. And when it didn't happen, the
Do you see his blink rate? It's like how people describe when people, like, when they lie, they blink too much. It's kind of like that. I mean, I know that that's not a be-all, end-all way to tell if somebody's lying, but it's pretty weird. It's a pretty weird behavioral stressor that you don't really see with too many people when they're like telling a story about something that they know well.
And pretty much said, it's not our fault you assumed what to expect of MinMaxed. What I am seeing is this community being more than respectful towards the producers, since this is their first time putting on a production like this. But
They're content creators. And there's no evidence that you've ever done anything like this. So it's really weird and I guess dishonest that you're like trying to make it seem like, oh, I'm the fucking grand dame of D&D content. Fuck you.
little to no respect being given back from the producers to the community. And since we are on the topic of producers, let's move on to the next point.
Little to no respect.
The themselves.
Now, last up, and this is a point
Little
that
to
I've
no
basically
respect.
already said,
Fuck
but
you.
This whole show is produced and edited by two people on the cast, Megan and David. The content creators of the show are the producers of the show.
He talks about he has no hate to the creators and is mostly about the producers, but again, there was no producers. David and Megan did this entire thing basically on their own.
Thank you so much for pointing that out, Crispy, because why is it that these two...
You're not thankful. You're not actually expressing thanks. Doesn't that, I mean, I just don't feel an expression of gratitude.
are the only ones producing MinMax when this was said in their first ever video on the MinMax channel.
But now, because of you, we're really going to be able to make this campaign come.
Yeah, holy shit, dude. Yes, there's a whole team of people that works on things. You don't have to call people the producers of the show. It is them who are editing all the shit in the back end. But yeah, there's a tech crew, there's artists, there's all this. You can't. What? Most of it's being done by just two people.
Life. We've got a team that's going to help us record, edit, and produce this at a high
fucking
quality.
Christ, dude.
We've got artists who are going to come and help bring this world to life. We've got set designers who are going to make it so it's immersive and fun.
Fans are being told one thing, and then being told another thing in their budget video 2 months later.
We're going to be filming in the next couple of weeks, and then it's going to take many more weeks of me editing. Hopefully I can get some help.
It's been a pretty consistent thread throughout the entire thing. If you weren't paying attention, that's a you problem, man.
And another 2 months later go by where they say this.
David is the editor, and it took him quite a long time to edit episode 1.
Megan and myself are the ones who set up most of the logistics, figured out the tech. I'm doing the editing, and by keeping the costs low, by editing it in-house, by not having a bunch of middlemen and producers, we also get to spend your money even more wisely.
So Crispy, let me ask you, why didn't you bring up the question of what happened to the team that was mentioned to help edit, film, and produce Min-Max at a high...
The team was there. Just because it falls mostly to 2 people doesn't mean there's not an entire team behind the scenes, you fucking idiot.
Quality 7 hours before the GoFundMe even ended.
You claim to have wanted to start your own business. You claim to be an authority on this type of production, but you don't know that there's a whole team of people behind the scenes that aren't producers, that are responsible for a good amount of like grunt work that isn't the majority of the work, especially on the back end.
And was there even a team to begin with? And this is where I want...
Yeah, see, you just come at these people like they're lying. Like, you just assume that everyone around you is lying because you lie about even playing D&D. You've lied your entire career as a creator, pretending to be a member of this community. And finally, when you're called out, you hide in your little den. Like, this is the last video you've made. Where is your content, my friend? Where's your regularly scheduled content? Nothing to be determined at any time? Where is it?
To come back and talk about how there is no guarantees for Min-Max's future at this point, since the producers gave all of these promises and all of these guarantees before episode 1 to only backtrack and...
The future is confirmed. You even had it in this video that the future's confirmed for at least another season.
Say, nope, again. That's why I think it's more than appropriate at this point for the community to ask what will happen to the remaining budget if future seasons do not happen.
But they're guaranteed to happen. A second season's already happening, and a third is probably on its way.
And now let's move on to the last and probably the #1 thing Crispy and others have said was the...
Many others. At least 100,000 others who have left your platform in droves. His resume.
The stupidest thing that I could have done, and that was my entire crash out, was just so I could submit my resume to be hired by Min-Maxed.
He's really giving those vibes in one of his other videos where he's like, I'm totally fine with it. I'm completely okay with it. It's going to be great. It's going to be great. There's no problem with it. It's going to be great. It's going to be great. It's going to be fine.
Let's just take a look, shall we?
What's in this email he sent to Min-Maxed? It's his job application. I'm putting this out there. If any of you would like to see what I'm offering for helping to produce Min-Max, here is a link detailing my ideas. Link below is yet another PowerPoint presentation. This guy's got one move and he's going to use it. But yeah, this PowerPoint presentation has Duke's ideas for improving Min-Max.
He edited out where Crispy said the word damn. And he had a policy in his house with the guy that we got the tea from yesterday. In his house, he has a rule where you're not allowed to cuss. And he edited out, in this video, he edited out Crispy saying damn. The word damn.
They are all the most just generalist, Gary V, useless.
And ass. You're not, apparently in his house, you're not allowed to say ass.
Advice for making the show better, like base it off Viva La Dirt, base it off Dimension 20. He volunteers some ridiculous things in the slideshow though, like he volunteers that they should use his studio instead of the studio that, you know, they specially built for the show. Dude,
yeah.
They don't want to use your studio, they want to use
Fuck
it.
you.
Oh, it looks better.
Fuck you.
But even more crazy than that, he says there's 2 bedrooms in his house that the Min-Max crew can sleep in. Bro, you want them to sleep in your place after you slander them? Interesting move, bro. Let's see how it goes. Next up, he talks about the shooting schedule for Min-Max. He wants to shoot the entire show, the entire D&D campaign. He wants to block shoot it all in one day, a 12 to 14-hour filming session. Bro, I want to die after 3-hour filming sessions. 12 to 14 sounds exhausting, but worse than that, all the martial arts choreography stuff, he also wants to do all the choreography in one day, and then all the shooting directly the next day. Again, sounds like an absolute nightmare. Blocking it all out, doing all the shooting for 3 continuous, non-stop days of filming. Ugh, especially since martial arts are athletically draining. This is just a presentation. It's just, once again, that Duke doesn't know
hey,
drive me nuts. In order of how things played out, with me posting an aggressive call-out video to Min-Max, to them responding, and then myself posting my resume in the comments of the response video, yeah, it was dumb. Would it have been a smart move to not submit it and not just, you know, dig myself a bigger hole? Yes, it would have. But did it show...
The first time he's been self-aware in this entire thing And it's about the wrong thing.
that I was being serious, that I wanted to see MinMax succeed, considering I took the time to write everything out and post that information to the public.
No. That's not how constructive feedback works. That's not, you don't use what could be construed as legal terms and accuse somebody of misappropriating funds, accuse them of committing a crime, and then accuse them of lying subsequently. You don't do that and then expect to work with them. Like, fuck, man!
Look, yes, if I didn't want to see MinMax succeed, I wouldn't have put any effort into making that resume or offering my services and resources for free, which would help their case if they actually mean it at this point, that they want to keep costs low. We tried to...
But they don't need you. Seemingly nobody does. And that's what you're angry about.
Keep expenses on the MinMax channel as low as possible, and by keeping the costs low, we also get to spend your money even more wisely. We are being the best stewards of your money that we can.
I understand the mess that I created, and honestly, it would have been even more unfair
No, you
to
don't,
producers
man.
if I held back information that could help MinMax improve. And yes, Crispy, yes, I will agree with you on what you say about my resume here.
They are all the most just generalist, Gary V, useless advice for making the show better.
What I presented as my final version for
You can say ass on the internet, I assure you.
product is boring and unoriginal, and I will acknowledge that. So, if you would allow me to present a new version of how MinMax could be produced that is more unique, then here it is. And I am saying this on record, that no one needs to credit me or even ask me to be a part of this. These ideas and or concepts are free for anyone to use. To MinMax and to any of the other talent that happens to be watching this video, my new suggestion for you to make this even cooler and epic than it already is answered in your promo video.
But we think playing normal D&D would be boring, and we know you want to see us as D&D characters.
Don't just play D&D. Become D&D. You guys have an entire warehouse in the palm of your hands that you showed that you're able to go around and explore and even do live action scenes within it. Have the DM go through and create a one-shot that takes you through the entire warehouse where you guys, the talent, are making real life skill.
Come on, man. What are you doing? What are you fucking doing, man?
Oh, that would be epic. And again, I can't.
I mean, I feel like if you deleted your video and this follow-up, this response to Crispy, and then like tried your best to apologize to your own viewers, maybe you'd keep your platform. But this kind of crash out has a tendency to cause creators to crash and burn as a result. So I just hope you don't get sued, man. Like, god damn.
Tell you guys what to do. I can't tell you that this is the right way to go. But like, that would be something your audience would just die to see, and I know it. I'm getting to the point of my YouTube career where I would just rather produce stuff and help produce stuff rather than being, you know.
And here is another one of his tells right here where he's saying that he wants to be on the production side of things. I think that's pretty clear because he's making drama videos and then telling them how they can do better. It's classic negging. And since the guy yesterday that we heard about who had spent time with him personally said that he was the negging type, it only makes sense.
The front end talent and also the writer and the editor, it's all exhausting, man. I would just rather be able to put all of my energy and time into the producing of something rather than having to split all my time. And this isn't me saying that MinMax should hire me for this production if this is the direction they want to go. I'm going to be straight up honest. I burned that bridge. I burned that bridge with MinMax and the creators there, and I burned that bridge with the community.
And you still tried to beg them for a job.
And I honestly feel like if they did bring me on, if we happen to make amends, I do personally feel like if they did bring me on to MinMax, that it would not help MinMax in any way, and it would actually hurt it more. So, yeah.
Hurt it more? You're the only one. You started this. You continued it. You doubled down. There wasn't any problem. You created problems. Then you created more problems on top of those problems. And when people tried to tell you, listen, dude, you're getting way out of hand on this, you were like, maybe I'm not getting out of hand enough. Like, for Christ.
The idea, and I am saying that I totally understand what I did and that I'm not looking for you guys to bring me on in any way. That is all I have to say. And that is all the information that I have regarding these issues. I hope what I provided helps clear up any confusion and misinformation being spread around regarding the situation.
Again, why he had to turn off comments.
And if any of you you would like any additional information, please reach out to me.
All
and I'll
that
be happy to provide what I can.
misinformation.
If you would like to see my research on points that I didn't cover in this video in regards to Crispy's video,
Oh my
there will be a Google
God.
Docs link found in the description that I wrote and provide the research myself.
Why?
Who stayed till the very end.
No, please. Please don't cry again. Please. Please, 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 please don't cry again. Please don't cry. Like, clearly this guy has been holding in his emotions, like suppressing or repressing everything that could have given him emotional growth. And it's all coming out now in the form of acting out. I get it. I get it. I'm an armchair psychologist. I am not like qualified to assess his mental state, but that's what it seems like. If I'm reading this correctly, he's about to start crying again. He's about to cry again.
I just want to say thank you for hearing me.
Let's hear the whole. We got to get it from the beginning.
Information, please reach out to me and I'll be happy.
He wrote this out in a script just to let you know how fucking slimy this guy is. He wrote this in a script, and I guarantee you he really is trying to like cry on command here. Hang on, let me see if he wrote any of this in. I am, my assessment, it isn't in a good state. Yeah. Oh, for Christ's sake. Listen to this. There were a total of 90 instances in Crispy's video where they attacked, belittled, and made fun of, accused, or made a negative assumption about me. That's a big swath of different things. I actually counted 100, but I'm giving the benefit of the doubt and taking away 10 in case I double. Why are you so fucking weird? Why are you so fucking weird? You can't just listen to somebody's criticism and do some introspection. You have to count how many times they accuse you of something? Fucking weird, dude. Can't you just be self-aware? Can't you just be like, you know what? I'm going to take their words and I'm going to really try and internalize them and really figure out what's going on with me. You know, I'm going to try and be a better person. Instead, you're like, you made fun of me 90 times. Actually, it's 100, but I'm giving you the benefit of the doubt on 10 of them, okay? So weird. Why are you so weird? Yada, yada, yada. No, that does cover topics. Likely it was a personal attack to me and purposely made to damage my reputation by pointing out what you did? With presenting misinformation. What misinformation? Which misconceptions? I hope I get the chance to talk to Crispy after all this. What the fuck is wrong with you? Why are you so weird? You're not going to talk to any of these people. God damn. All he has to do is reach out to you? Fuck you. Who the fuck are you? Why do you think you're so fucking important? Jesus Christ. So stupid. He didn't cover himself crying at the end in his script. I was almost half expecting to find him saying, Q, cry on this Q.
Happy to provide what I can. If you would like to see my research on points that I didn't cover in this video in regards to Crispy's video,
hang on. Let's hear the moment that he starts crying.
Provide the research myself. And to all of you who stayed till the very end.
He had to edit it. He had to edit it in. How many times do you think he tried crying before he like finally got a tear to start forming?
That I wrote and provide the research myself.
Watch.
To all of you.
That edit. He had to get himself worked up again.
Video, there will be a Google Docs link found in the description that I wrote and provide the research myself. And to all of you.
He had to prime it. He had to, maybe he like had to come in and call his wife in and ask her to remind him how she feels about him. And maybe that was what he used for this inspiration.
Who stayed till the very end. I just want to say thank you for hearing me out. Even if you agree or disagree with me at this point.
Whoo, my lord. What an insane person. What an insane, cowardly, slimy person. Let's just hang on. Let's cap today's what you call it off. We'll cap the stream off with just looking at just a random video. Let's just, is it funny? Just answer me this question. Is it funny? All right. Is it funny?
Loyal subjects, it is at this time that I shall declare, do not go swimming in the nearby lake. Why? Because the words that I spoke are on this decree, which is law. And as they say, laws are meant to be broken. But this decree is royal. And that renders it what, precisely? It's like a Pokemon, but a shiny Pokemon. I've no...
It feels like that was supposed to be a joke by referencing Pokemon.
No objection, but might you provide us with a bit more of context? Fine. Do not go swimming.
What's that accent supposed to be?
Swimming in the nearby lake because it is my private lake. Well, it can hardly be private if I'm allowed to gaze upon it. Okay, do not go swimming or even look at the nearby lake because it is my private lake. Ah, so we're simply to shut our eyes and...
What?
Stroll right up to the lake. Loophole. No! Do not go swimming, look at, or go near the nearby lake because it is my private lake. It seems we're forbidden to use 2 of our 5 senses. Which means, of course, we're still allowed to hear, taste, and smell the lake. You also can't do that as well. Why, pray tell, is our presence at the lake such a cause for concern?
This is supposed to be a comedy sketch. This is supposed to be a comedy sketch. I'm just trying to remind you guys, this is supposed to be a comedy sketch.
Because I am an introvert and I need time alone in my quiet, happy place.
All right, well, with that, we've concluded day 2 of talking about this fucking weirdo. We'll talk briefly again tomorrow about it, just because there's one more piece of lore to go over. But I'm gonna watch this one.
I legit want to be like, the D&D community has given us so much. I want to give back. So I'm going to buy everything there, and I'm gonna give it all away for.
So I want to go through this and see if there's relevant information inside this. I think there probably is, but other than that, there's still where is it? There's still there's another Crispy video that addressed this most recent response, and it would really help to play that too for some final thoughts on this whole lore that's been going on. But if I find relevant information in this, I haven't watched this yet, but if I find relevant information in there, then I would absolutely love to cover that as well. But that brings us to the end. Thanks, Skippy, for sticking around. And today was weird, man. I'll agree. Today was real strange. God, what a weirdo. What a narcissistic, cowardly weirdo. Tomorrow, gosh willing. Thank you. Bye-bye.